Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the initial public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2022-2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Welcome, Minister and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Aboriginal Affairs, Arts, Regional Youth and Tourism. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you're free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you've been sworn in at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. That's Mr Coote-Strutter, Ms Braid and Ms Foy. For all other witnesses, can I ask that you each state your full name, position, title and agency and swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both will be on the cards in front of you and we'll start with Mr Hanger.
My name is Chris Hanger. I'm the Deputy
We'll need to just shift the microphones as we go.
Good morning all. My name is Chris Hanger. I am the Deputy Secretary for Regional Development and Programs in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Pittman?
Annette Pittman, Interim Chief Executive of Create New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Steve Cox, the CEO of Destination New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Lisa Havilah, Chief Executive of the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Louise Heron, the CEO of the Sydney Opera House. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, I'm Michael Brand, Director of the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. Ms Elizabeth Titsikronis, Interim Registrar, the Office of the Registrar of Aboriginal Land Rights Act. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Timothy William Ireland, Executive Director, Closing the Gap. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I understand Ms Ryan is on her way, so once she gets here, we'll swear her...
Just getting ratted, Madam Chair.
Right. Story of our lives. We'll swear her in once she arrives. And then, as you can see from the arrangements, we do have a lot of you, so we'll have to juggle the microphones. If there are questions, you can just come forward, but we need to use the microphones for the Hansard. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:30am to 12:45pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance today. Oops. Ms Ryan, hi, welcome. If I can get you to just state your full name and position title and then swear either an oath or affirmation if you could. You should have the card in front of you. Yep. Thank you.
Julia Ryan, Director of the Office for Regional Youth. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So we'll begin questions now with the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister, and thank you to the officials you brought with you. I'd like to start by asking about a promise that former Premier Mike Baird made, and that was for a National Indigenous Cultural Centre to be sited at Barangaroo. That promise is now being dumped. Can you tell us what your perspective is on this? What discussions you've had inside government about this proposal?
Thanks very much, Mr Graham. I don't believe that it was ever a stated government promise that there would be a dedicated Aboriginal cultural centre at the Cutaway at Barangaroo. I've not seen any evidence of that. Obviously, it was something that was being considered because the former Premier was committed, my understanding is, to the creation of an Aboriginal cultural space in Sydney, as the current Premier is. And I'm delighted that we now have a dedicated Aboriginal cultural space in Sydney on the side of the first government house of Sydney at the Museum of Sydney, which is was announced a couple of months ago, I think, and it will be in partnership with the Aboriginal Languages Trust, which will, over time, turn that facility into a fully dedicated Aboriginal cultural space. In terms of the Cutaway, this will be Minister Stokes, I believe, announced that this would be a centre now which would have a broad range of functions, and of course there will be creative and cultural programming. There will indeed be Indigenous programming. There will be First Nations representation there, but it won't be the dedicated space that some have suggested, because that's something that we're doing both at the Museum of Sydney and something that will continue to develop over time.
Yeah, but of course that should be part of the programming in any of these institutions.
Absolutely.
It certainly won't be dedicated at the Cutaway. You acknowledge that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Minister, it wasn't really some passing comment by Premier Baird, though. This had seen significant work, you acknowledge that, by Wesley Enoch and Rhoda Roberts, for example, working on the concept designs that included a performance space for 500 to 600 people, an exhibition space, studios, workshops, a gift shop, cafe, restaurant. You acknowledge that these concept designs were significantly developed and now abandoned.
Well, I do acknowledge, of course, that that there was examination of that proposal. And that's what happens in government. You look at a whole range of different proposals, and some of them continue, and some of them continue through to fruition, and some of them don't. This proposal certainly, it's my understanding, obviously this happened before I was Minister, but it's my understanding that this proposal was examined, but that's not a proposal that was proceeded with. And I'm incredibly proud that the site of the dedicated Aboriginal cultural space in Sydney and in this nation is on the site site of the first government house, the site of first contact between Aboriginal people.
We'll come back to that, Minister, I promise you. But look, this was not, yes, some things proceed, some things do not proceed. The commitment here was that this would be open by 2024, that is, as the metro was originally designed to come through. That had been the commitment from government. You agree now that's certainly not the case.
Well, I don't agree that that was a commitment by government. I don't think that that decision was ever formally taken. I think that option was examined and it was considered and it was determined not to proceed. And as I've been Minister, I've been focused on the importance of Aboriginal cultural spaces, not only in Sydney but across New South Wales. In fact, 2 weeks ago I was incredibly proud to announce $5 million for the Dubbo Aboriginal Cultural Space and Healing Centre, which will be an incredible facility which will focus for the entire western part of the state for First Nations people and provide cultural and healing support. So I absolutely acknowledge that there is nothing more important.
So when the government said that this would be open by 2024, you say that was not a decision.
I just don't believe that. My understanding is that that was never a government decision. It was certainly an option on the table, and I acknowledge that. But there are often options on the table that don't get proceeded with, and this was one. That having been said, it is important to note that there will be a significant focus on First Nations programming there. In the cutaway. Today, in fact, you can see Wellama, which is a contemporary Welcome to Country commissioned for the entrance, which is a 10-minute audio-visual artwork by award-winning Aboriginal artist Alison Page. Just this year, it was used to host an exhibition as part of the Biennale of Sydney.
But Minister, you've seen the reaction from
you have asked what our focus is on utilising that space for Aboriginal culture, and I think it's important that you understand that it is being used for Aboriginal culture.
In fact, I didn't ask that at all. You have seen the reaction from the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council to the abandonment of this commitment, though. They feel deeply upset that the government's moved away from this proposal.
Look, I met with Nathan. I've seen the article, of course. I've met with Nathan. In fact, I met with him last week, and this is not an issue that he raised with me.
But do you concede they are deeply upset?
Well, we spoke for an hour about a range of different issues, and this is not an issue that he raised in that hour. That's what I'd have to say on that. Look, are you saying that the Land Council don't care about this matter? No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, it sounds like it.
No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, is that we talked about a range of issues that were clearly top of mind and of most importance.
The long list in Aboriginal affairs,
there are, and I'm working my way through them.
Can I ask you why you think there was never a commitment from the government in relation to the cutaway? What makes you say there was never a commitment?
Well, because I've never seen a suggestion, a press release saying that this was the guaranteed government's intention. This was the view. This would definitely happen. I haven't seen a budget line item.
This was Mike Baird's view in 2014, a year before the cutaway was opened. Well, he was clear about that in public.
I mean, this is 8 years ago that you're just alleging things that happened 8 years ago. All I can say is, from the moment that I came into this ministry, I have not been advised of the fact that it was a government commitment, and that we have a commitment now to turning the Museum of Sydney into an Aboriginal cultural space. Ms Foy might have more information on this, but that's certainly in terms of the context. I have never been advised that this was ever a formal government commitment at all. It was an option to be considered. Ms Foy, do you have anything to add?
I want to come back to...
Well, sorry, I just think in terms of the context, if you're drilling down, Ms Foy's been around for a lot longer in this space than I have, and perhaps she may have some further context to add.
I might put to Ms Foy, what is it your belief that there was no decision ever taken about the cutaway, or no promise or no public commitment made by the former Premier, Mike Baird?
That's my understanding, that there wasn't a formal commitment. There was no formal budget allocated for the cutaway. What I can say is there were a range of options that were considered. I'm aware of some investigations and some thinking that was done quite a few years ago. We re-enlivened that, working with a number of stakeholders, including the stakeholders you've mentioned, to say what could be possible uses. We always saw this as a civic space space. And some part of that civic space could be, around performance. It could be around exhibitions. It could be around other kind of civic uses. That work that we did with, led by Wesley Rhoda and with the Metropolitan Land Council, was an input to INSW, to Infrastructure New South Wales, as they further considered, because they are the people that own and manage that site. So they had a look at that, and we worked collaboratively with them. And as the Minister identified, the dedicated cultural centre is at the Museum of Sydney site, that site of first contact.
Yeah, we'll return to that, Ms Foy, and both in a minute and in the official session. Minister, I want to give you the opportunity to respond to one of the concerns that was placed on the public record by the Land Council, and that was this, that it was not the cost, but the fact that this might be operated and run by the Indigenous community that was actually the blockage here. I'd like you to just respond to that on the record.
Well, I mean, that's obviously... I cannot strongly enough dissociate myself from that contention. My fundamental focus as Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, and in fact in my other portfolios, is to ensure that Aboriginal people and Aboriginal community-controlled organisations in this state are given more resources, more independence, more power to determine their own futures. That's exactly why I launched just last week the Community in Place grants program, $30 million program in the Closing the Gap, under the Closing the Gap structure, which will ensure Aboriginal community-controlled organisations are able to determine the needs that they have and put forward applications and proposals that they have. Also, obviously, we're returning a remediated MEMEL to Aboriginal people in this state, and I could go on.
And we will get that, and you could also get your government members to ask you 15 minutes at the end where you can list all of the things that you're doing as well.
With the greatest amount of respect, Ms Sharp, it was implied there that I didn't have a commitment to supporting Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. And for some reason...
Point of order.
No, this is important.
Sorry, Minister, I need to hear the point of order.
The point of order is this. The Minister's got to be directly relevant. He's not entitled to wander freely in answering. I do want to be very clear too that there was no implication. I was, in fact, giving you an opportunity to respond to that. There was zero implication in that question.
I think that's...
Point of order.
Sure.
That's not
It does. You do have to be directly relevant, Minister, and I think that's been clarified, so we'll continue.
Understand. I'll just make one final sentence, if I may, and that is the suggestion there was that a reason why we wouldn't proceed with the project is because it was going to be controlled and run by Aboriginal people. The fundamental basis of every decision I make in the space with First Nations people is that they will drive, they will run these sorts of initiatives, whether it be economic empowerment, NGOs, community organisations, will be driven and run by Aboriginal people in the state.
Minister, you've said that you don't have any proof or understand that there was never a commitment in relation to the cultural space at Barangaroo. I'm looking at the Barangaroo Delivery Authority annual report, page 21, which I don't expect to have in front of you, but I will read you some aspects of that. It, dedicates some time and space to the consultations that were being undertaken in 2013 and 14, confirming broad interest and enthusiasm for the National Centre. The National Museum of Australia and the Authority led a group, including the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies, the National Film and Sound Archive and the Metropolitan La Perouse local Aboriginal land councils, in consultations with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities about the potential to create an internationally distinctive and highly visited National Centre for Indigenous art and culture at Barangaroo. There were consultations. There were, I'm now just paraphrasing this because it's too long. There were consultations in Broome, Darwin, by Aidan Ridgway from Cox Innell Ridgway, and further consultations continued. Clearly, there were intentions and action being taken to look at this space. Clearly, people were under the impression that this space was going to be, a iconic and very important Aboriginal space within Barangaroo. The whole concept of that area obviously is already being used extensively in relation to First Nations activities. Minister, my final question, I want to know. So you basically are saying today that that was never a commitment. It was an idea that you thought about, that the government, not you, I know that you weren't the minister, but the former Premier promoted this idea. The Barangaroo Delivery Authority did a lot of amazing work. It's an amazing place. They clearly were going to and pursuing this idea, and you're just saying that it was never a commitment.
Basically, yeah. It was an option that was considered, and I think that that's exactly what
People would be disappointed that there was a lot of fanfare around this, and it's just now disappeared. And frankly, that the excuse for the government changing its mind for whatever purpose is that you can now just deny that ever it was a commitment.
No. I think I've admitted that it was an option that was being considered, and that's exactly right. But particularly in this space, Ms. Sharp, and you know this better than anybody, it's incredibly important that consultation, discussion, engagement on these issues is done in a genuine, deep and collaborative way, and that takes time. And of course, in any government decision, there are going to be options that are considered before a final determination is settled. In terms of the Aboriginal cultural space in this city, my view is that there should be more, that there should be...
But it's not going to be at Barangaroo.
No, that's right.
So let's turn to your other proposal, the Museum of Sydney.
Yep.
So this will now become a dedicated centre. Is that the view you're putting to us? This is where the Indigenous Cultural Centre in Sydney will be.
Yep.
What happens, for example, to the existing exhibitions, the existing work, the existing collections that are at that museum?
Just a moment. So obviously there are a range of different, there's a range of different programming at the moment. I'm sure you know the site, Mr. Graham. There aren't very many objects there in the museum, so it's not a matter of moving a significant amount of objects. And in fact, most of the exhibition spaces in the Museum of Sydney are in fact temporary exhibition spaces at the moment, the most recent exhibition, I think it was called Walking Through a Songline, that's right, was extraordinary and in fact it's already started significant First Nations programming. There'll be a transition, but of course the Sydney Living Museums, which of course is shortly going to become the Museums of History, have more than one site. They have 12 sites, and
you accept this will be a fundamentally different focus for this museum. Up to now,
no, I don't accept it'll be a fundamentally different focus. There's always been a focus.
It's been focused
for the last few years in the Museum of Sydney on First Nations, but it will be a united and 100% focus on that. Yeah, in conjunction with the Aboriginal Languages Trust, who are providing support and advice in terms of the programming and so on that will happen.
But really, to date, this museum's had very little Indigenous programming.
I don't agree with that.
There's been some in recent years, but very little. It's more of a
originally, I think that's true. Originally, I think you're right. It told the colonial story of Sydney, but there has been a shift a significant shift in recent years, and that shift will obviously continue as it finally becomes an entirely dedicated First Nations cultural space.
Are you aware that the Sydney Living Museums Aboriginal Advisory Committee had its meetings on hold during all of 2020 and 2021?
I'm not aware of that, but I was at the launch of the First Nations strategy.
Do you think that's appropriate for a organisation which is going to be in charge of the sole most important Indigenous cultural centre in the state of New South Wales? I reject Aboriginal Advisory Committee.
I reject the premise of the question. I mean, 2020 and 2021 were obviously extremely unique years in terms of COVID and so forth. All I can say is that I was at the launch of the First Nations strategy at the Museum of Sydney by an extraordinary young Indigenous leader, Hayden Walsh, who drove and oversaw that, who, by the way, is so impressive, I've appointed him to my Museums and History Art Form Board. That strategy is deep and profoundly thoughtful, and I absolutely reject any contention that they're not serious about this. The partnership with the Aboriginal Languages Trust, which was of course established in 2017.
I'm moving to a different question here.
You don't like the last answer, that's okay.
Are you is one of the reasons that the Museum of Sydney is being used here, because visitor patronage has been lower than you would hope for this site up to now. Is that one of the reasons why this is the site that's now been examined?
Not at all.
What was the visitation for the last period? You can tell us.
I don't have those numbers in front of me. If you'd called Mr. Lindsay, who's the CEO, I'm sure he could have answered that question. But I can get that for you on notice, of course.
I mean, the last reported figure is 32,000 people. That's the audience reach over an entire year.
Okay.
That's not especially high. Would you agree with that, Minister?
I think every institution has different roles and will therefore have different visitation. I mean, a McDonald's on the Pacific Highway is going to have a lot higher visitation than, Benelong restaurant at the Opera House, but they fulfil different functions.
This is a key site of colonisation in New South Wales, Minister. How appropriate do you think it is that this is the place where our Indigenous Cultural Centre is placed?
Well, I think it could not be more appropriate, because Sydney was the first the first city, obviously, that was colonised. I think, therefore, there is no more important place symbolically in this nation than sending a message that the site of the first government house, i.e. the colonial control of the state, was exercised from that venue of the state and the nation, and that site is now an entirely dedicated First Nations cultural centre. I think that sends an extremely important symbolic message about what the priorities are of this government, and I think as a society what we need to do to genuinely reconcile with the past.
Who will run the cutaway? Now it's being transformed into an events space, an education, arts and entertainment space. Is this something which is going to be outsourced to some third party?
So this is under the auspices of the Minister for Infrastructure. And it hasn't been determined, is my understanding, but it's outside the remit of my ministerial responsibilities. But I understand that it hasn't been determined yet. But I can say that it will, any future use of the cutaway as a cultural facility will retain flexibility to be used for a wide range of programming and events suitable for a range of large-scale civic and cultural uses, and that will absolutely include First Nations performances and exhibitions and other events that have been used for the cutaway before, but now with fit-for-purpose facilities. So, there we go.
Oh, yeah, great. No questions. Oh, good.
Oh, they're there.
Minister,
We've got plenty.
just returning to Baird's previous announcements, what do you say to the fact that the Cultural Infrastructure Blueprint in 2014 committed to work towards an Indigenous art and cultural centre at the Headland Park, along with a $600 million commitment?
Well,
how does that sit with your dismissal of this?
I'm not dismissing it, Mr. Graham. I have just said what my understanding of it is. And my understanding of an option that was obviously on the table in 2014 is that it was an option. And I'm happy to continue going down this line, but that's my view, and I've had no evidence that there's anything but that view. There was no budget item. I've not seen any sort of...
You're disappointed, Minister, that there was never a budget item attached to this project?
No, I think that
after all of the announcements?
Well, I'm not. What I think
so
is
you think
that...
announcements with no budget is a good thing?
No. What I think is that options should be considered by government, and a range of options need to be considered, particularly in this space, when you're considering how best to recognise and promote and support Aboriginal people and culture in this state, and I'm thrilled that that's now happened with the Aboriginal cultural space in Sydney.
Well, there was
nothing more important.
$600 million commitment to that cultural infrastructure.
Sorry, Mr. Graham, I missed the beginning.
There was a $600 million financial commitment to that cultural infrastructure blueprint. Why didn't that see this promise delivered?
Well, I just repeat the same answer, and I'm happy to keep doing this all day, but the answer is, my understanding is that was an option being considered, but that it wasn't a determined plan that would definitely proceed.
Minister, are you familiar with the operation of the dedicated First Nations space at Federation Square in Melbourne?
I am. I think superficially is probably the best way that I can answer that.
So are you?
I haven't visited it, but I would like to.
Well,
and happy to go with you if you'd like to, Michelle.
Sure. It's an Aboriginal controlled space. It's obviously in a very important part of Melbourne. I believe that the vision for the cutaway was, given the Aboriginal history of Barangaroo and the entire process. I mean, I accept now that you think there was never a commitment, but are you disappointed that it hasn't been able to be delivered in the way that it was originally envisaged?
Look, I'd answer that question slightly differently, and I would say this is an important space, what we've done in terms of the Museum of Sydney, and this was done in consultation. No, sorry, I'm actually about to answer the question. This was done in consultation and conjunction with Aboriginal people, particularly through the partnership with the Aboriginal Languages Trust. Do I think this is it? And this is where we should draw a line under and stop? The answer is no. Would I like more dedicated Aboriginal cultural spaces in Sydney? Yes. Would I like a larger one somewhere? I would, and I will continue to look at what can be done.
Very good effort at doing a Kevin Rudd in asking yourself the questions. That's great, and the answers were wonderful.
But they were
I'm just trying to understand.
They were specifically
they're not
related
answering
to your
the question that I asked.
But they were.
Which is no.
Yes.
They're not.
Well, they were.
Thanks, Kevin. So the question, though, isn't there a missed opportunity here at Barangaroo to actually establish what was originally envisaged, whether it was backed in or not by the government over time? Do you believe that this is a missed opportunity?
No, look, what I would say to that is I think that there are a range of appropriate sites, not only around Sydney but around New South Wales.
But this is the most appropriate site.
But I don't know that I agree with that contention. I
don't believe that Barangaroo that was recreated to actually look and feel like it was upon when the ships came in. This is the whole point. I'm sure you've been down to the events that happened down at Barangaroo, and on Australia Day, as the sun comes up.
I was there.
Absolutely. So why is it not the best place to have a dedicated Aboriginal cultural centre?
Well, I just don't agree with the contention of one person that this is obviously and inherently the best place for an Aboriginal cultural centre. I could equally say that the best place for an Aboriginal
list of Aboriginal people who spent years actually doing work to deliver it.
I could equally, one
person.
I could equally say that it is most appropriate that an Aboriginal cultural space be at the site of the first government house in this nation for reasons to shine a very bright light on the fact that this country was colonised by people from Britain at the expense of the First Nations people, and to send a strong message that that this site, the site of executive control in this nation for many, many, many years, is now run by the Aboriginal Languages Trust in conjunction with Sydney Living Museums to be an Aboriginal cultural space, is the most symbolically appropriate space in the nation. So I understand your contention. It's not an unreasonable contention, but I say that I have a different view, and I also say that I'm happy to... this is something that doesn't just stop. This is something that will continue to progress in conjunction, consultation and collaboration with Aboriginal people, and I will continue to work with them to identify the best places that we can focus on and support Aboriginal cultural heritage in this state, not just in Sydney, but across New South Wales. And I'm happy to go into a range of issues.
But just to be clear, the Museum of Sydney site is not being controlled by Aboriginal controlled organisation. It's under the auspice of the Sydney Living Museums or Sydney History Museum.
In partnership with the Aboriginal Languages Trust.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm glad you've advocated for the importance of budgets for these institutions. What is the budget for this transformation of the Museum of Sydney?
Good question. We'll have to take that on notice. The understanding is that it's being met from within existing budgets, but we'll take the question on notice.
So there's no additional money?
I'll just have to take the question on notice. If we had the CEO of Sydney Living Museums here, he could perhaps provide further information, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Well, could you take on notice both the budget for financial year 22-23 and over each year of the forward estimates? But if your contention is correct, Minister, that this is to be done out of the existing budget, quite a slim budget is the view that's been put to me in my short time as the arts shadow.
And congratulations, I should say.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Graham.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here asking about these issues.
Well, and it's a pleasure having you.
In that short time, the view has been put to me that the budget here is quite slim for this institution. Significant new commitments on the horizon in this space as well that we'll turn to later. Is it really good enough that this significant transformation, an Indigenous cultural centre for New South Wales, is done on the cheap out of the existing resources?
So again, I don't agree with the contention. I don't have that information to hand, but my commitment is that this will be done appropriately, respectfully and incredibly well. As
You'll be able to get it for this afternoon?
As we'll do our best.
Yeah,
as would be expected for this sort of institution in Sydney.
When will it be done, Minister? When will this be complete? When will this transition be?
It started now, and it will be an ongoing transition, but it's already begun.
Yes, yeah. Hence my question, when will that transition be complete?
Again, I'm happy to provide that on notice.
Is there not a plan for the transition? Is there not a transition plan?
But it's an ongoing thing. I mean, we've started right now.
You consider
right now
completed?
Well, I don't know that the celebration and support for Aboriginal cultural facilities and institutions is ever completed. I think that there should be a constant assessment on how we do things and on the representation that Aboriginal people and Aboriginal heritage have in this state. And I don't know that there's ever an end date.
Yeah, but you agree it's not meeting this mission at the moment. When will this transition to solely experiences focused on this set of issues around providing an Indigenous cultural centre to Sydney? Will we see the other exhibitions, the other experiences that are currently located there phased out?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah, when will that have occurred by?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice. Mr. Lindsay, who is in fact the CEO of the institution, I'm sure could provide those details, but I would expect it to happen within 6 to 12 months.
Great. Thank you, Minister. I might just turn on to a couple of other budget issues. Sure. The first of those was just on the powerhouse, and I'm referring here to the powerhouse at Parramatta. At the last budget estimates, that was on the 15th of March 2022, you talked about the target date for completion for this. What is the target date for completion of the Parramatta powerhouse site, including Castle Hill?
We are on track for a construction completion date in late 2024 in Parramatta.
Why does the budget then say that the date of completion is 2025?
That's a good question. I might ask Ms Havilar if she has a response to that.
Thank you, Minister. The target for construction is the end of 2024. The date for opening hasn't been set. Once the building gets handed over to the museum, there'll be a period of time where we'll need to fit it out. So that's taking into consideration the fit-out time.
Right, so when we say complete, when you say complete, Minister, at the end of 2024, that's without actually fitting out the museum?
Yeah, I did say the construction would be completed by the end of 2024. That's not an unreasonable answer.
Well, our target for this is what you said in estimates just a few short months ago. Our target for completion of the project is by the end of 2024.
Yep, for construction of the project, absolutely.
Not for construction of the project.
Well, that was implied. I don't think that there's. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that from our perspective, a government's perspective, to build the project, we want it done by the end of 24, and then of course there's going to be some time that'll need to make this work.
So when will the public actually be able to
walk in and see?
To walk in the front door. I won't turn to the front door issue, but when will the public be able to walk in the front door?
Ms. Havilah?
So we haven't, there isn't a date set for the public opening of the museum. That will depend on construction delivery, the fit-out requirements, which we're still working on.
Well, the Minister implied it was going to be the end of 2024 in March, so I do think it's fair to press you, Ms Havilah, as to when that will actually happen. When will the public experience this significant development?
We can't set a date yet.
Well, Treasury has set a date in the budget, 2025. Is that accurate?
Well, it will be end of 24, beginning of 25, around that period, and we're just cautious about setting a date because there's a lot of work to deliver in terms of the fit-out.
And when you say the fit-out, what is actually involved in that fit-out process?
Well, the museum will be handed will be handed to the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, and then our team will over a period of time, install the exhibitions ready to open the museum.
And the quite significant installations, how long could that process take? You just have no idea is really the evidence you're putting to us.
Well, we estimate it'll be a period of 3 to 4 months.
And that's for all those processes, including the installation?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think what Ms Havilah is doing, and I don't think it's unreasonable, is she doesn't want to say, we will definitely open, at the 30th of December 2024, or we'll open on the 1st of March 2025, because I think what we've all learned over the last 3 years is that events will intervene.
Well,
but what she's given...
agree with that, Minister.
Mr Graham, just let me finish the sentence. Can I just finish the sentence, if that's okay?
Cautious, because you were specific.
Would you mind if I just finish the sentence, which may in fact go to the point that you are making?
Now not being specific.
Understood. So she was just, the witness was in fact specific by saying she would expect that would take a process of 3 to 4 months. Now that is a specific and definitive answer. So I think that we would all expect that the museum would be open at the latest by the middle of 2025 in terms of public patronage, but hopefully, and certainly I will be pushing very hard for it to happen a lot earlier than that. But it's not unreasonable for the CEO to try and to suggest that there may be events, and obviously we need to make sure it's done properly and so on, and so she doesn't want to put a date in the diary so that then in 6 months' time you can come back at the next budget estimates and say, but you said it would be this date.
You've made the point, Minister.
Why are you so concerned about what happens at the budget estimates, Minister?
I'm extremely concerned about the budget estimates for the next 4 years because I look forward to continuing these discussions from this side of the table
And that fit-out process can't commence until that construction has all concluded. Is that right? There's no parallel process here.
We will do everything we can to work closely with Infrastructure New South Wales and our construction partner Lendlease to make those processes as concurrent as possible to open the museum as soon as possible.
Thank you. And Minister, I'll just return to your comments at the last estimates. Like all major infrastructure projects, the contractor has made allowances for the effect of wet weather within its delivery program. The program still remains on track for completion by the end of 2024. Now this will open in the middle of 2025.
Well, no, it won't open in the middle of 2025. The first point is the implication when discussing contractors and so on is that we're discussing the build, and that's exactly what we were talking about in terms of that specific quote that you make. The second point is we're trying to be as open and as honest and as transparent as we can be about this. Of course we would like it all to be done and open by the end of 2024, and of course we'll be working hard to see if that's achievable. But it may not be achievable, in which case there may be a 3 to 4 month lag, as Ms Havilah has said. Well, when I say lag, a process of installation and ensuring that the museum is ready to be opened, and it's going to be wonderful. I mean, I think what we're missing here is that this is going to be an extraordinary, groundbreaking piece of infrastructure for Western Sydney and for all of New South Wales.
I will remind you have to be directly relevant. Mr Graham.
The point of order is direct relevance. The Minister's operating under the former standing orders for these committees. He has to be directly relevant, and I'm entitled to move on.
You do, and I'll uphold the point of order. You have to be directly relevant. Mr Graham.
Minister, I want to ask about the Ultimo Powerhouse Museum.
Sure.
What is the budget for this refit now? You've been on the public record about this.
The budget commitment is $480 to $500 million, and what that will ensure is that this redevelopment will secure the Powerhouse Ultimo's future and deliver, I believe, another world-class institution and another world-class museum for this state.
And it's obviously a significant amount of infrastructure funding for the cultural sector. What will it actually deliver? What does $500 million deliver?
Well, it will transform the museum into the centrepiece of an entire precinct that will connect Darling Harbour and Tech Central and the Pyrmont Peninsula. I mean, this...
I'd like some tin tacks here, Minister.
What does $500 million buy you?
What does it actually build?
I mean, it is located in that environment.
Yeah.
So
well,
what are you doing to make it?
We're obviously at the moment, as you would know and be aware, we have a design process and competition currently underway when in fact we will be able to see what the extraordinary offerings will be. But in terms of the scope, I might throw to Ms Havilah to discuss the scope of the Ultimo precinct.
Thank you, Minister. The renewed Powerhouse in Ultimo will include upgraded exhibition spaces alongside new exhibition space that will be dedicated fashion and design galleries. We will also have increased public domain, which will connect into all of the changes that's happened around the museum that the Minister just referred to. We will have new education and public program space alongside an academy which will support regional New South Wales students the opportunity to engage with design programs connected with surrounding partners. We will also have new food and beverage spaces that will connect to the public domain as well. But we will also ensure that the museum is fit for purpose in terms of addressing the multiple issues on that site, including issues around circulation, issues around the ability to present and support international exhibitions.
Sure.
So it's very expansive in terms of the renewal and will give an incredible benefit back to...
Ms Havilah, can I ask about some of those specifics? How much new exhibition space are we talking about?
I'll have to take that on notice, but I can get that for you.
Thank you. How much new education space are we talking about?
I can get you the full details in terms of square meterage.
When you say an academy being established, is that with provision for overnight stays? Is that...
Yes.
As is the case out at Parramatta? Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Can I just quickly add, Mr Graham, obviously the powerhouse originally wasn't fit for purpose. You know, it was an old powerhouse, and it's needed work to ensure that it's brought up to standard as a fully modern museum, and that's exactly what this will do. And in turning its focus to that inward, to that entire precinct, I think it will just rejuvenate that entire part of Sydney. It's incredibly exciting.
Thank you, Minister. We're down in the ting tacks.
I know. I'm
just
at the moment, but generally giving some positive and optimistic overview.
Characteristically.
Mel, I can ask you to expand on that a bit later.
Ms Havilah, how many food and beverage establishments will be added?
I'll get I'll take that on notice and get the actual square meterage for you, but the concept with the food and beverage is to connect into the goods line and really think about reorientating the museum to connect with the city.
Yes.
So it can be more, I suppose, useful and connected to its communities in terms of its opening hours, which are currently, limited to 10 to 5. We're looking at being as much open in the evening as well.
Yeah, thank you. Minister, when will this project be complete? And for total clarity here, when will it be open to the public? When will they be able to see this and wander in the front door?
So the design competition has commenced. Well, I'm going to give you a good understanding of where we are. The design competition's commenced. The stage 1 concept state significant development application has been lodged with the Department of Planning and the Environment. We would hope that there will be planning approval by the end of the year, and then when we will award the winning scheme and architect. The schematic design development will happen in the first 6 months of next year. Yep. We would then expect at the end of March next year that the stage 2 state significant development application to be lodged with the Department of Planning and the Environment, and we would expect the construction will commence at the end of December next year.
Great. Okay, I appreciate that answer, Minister. That's very helpful. When will the public be able to walk in the front door?
Well, there hasn't been a final date set because we don't know what the scope of the design's going to be.
Well,
hang on a sec. We're going through the design competition now, and that it will obviously entirely depend on what design has come up with and what design is agreed upon. Well, it may well take 1 year, 2 years. I don't know, but we will be in a position to know that, and that's why I went through all of those issues before, because when the winning scheme and the architect is awarded in December this year, that's when we'll be able to have an understanding of what the likely timeframes will be. I don't know, Ms Havilah, if you have anything to add on that.
No, I agree with that position.
Minister, why does the budget say this project will be complete in 2028?
Well, we would hope that it would be complete in 2028.
Good. That was the answer I would have welcomed in the first place.
Well, I would like it to be completed earlier than 2028.
Very good. Minister, there's just over $4 million committed in the budget for this financial year out of this $500 million. That's a tiny amount, really, of the total amount you're hoping will be spent here. Does that concern you that it's such a small amount?
No, not at all. As you would understand in terms of infrastructure programs, you start out smaller when you're doing business cases and so forth, and then builds when you actually get into the construction costs.
What is the amount that's committed over the forward estimates?
Well, the whole project has a cost of $480 to $500 million.
Hence my question, what is the amount committed over the forward estimates?
So I don't know if we have those details.
I do in my bag.
We'll get that information for you.
Right. Ms Foy, if we're able to come back at the soonest possible moment on that, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Ms Foy just wanted to add something quickly on Parramatta.
I wanted to add about Parramatta. We have, and we're members of the steering committee, have a target for completion and opening the powerhouse by the end of 2024. There is budget allocated in 2025 because there are always things that need to be done when you complete a project. But I just want to reinforce, and I understand we are fixed and determined to have this open by the end of 2024. We are fixed and determined to do it, but as the Minister and Lisa have said, there are things that are outside of our control. I just don't want us to be misinterpreted around our ambition to have this project open.
What does that mean, though, Ms Foy? Will this project be open at the end of 2024?
That is our ambition, is to have it open by the end of 2024
How is that going to happen, given the information we've just been given, that the fit-out won't commence?
No.
The fit-out happens concurrently as you build. The same as
which is what Ms Havilah said.
Which is the same as what we're doing with the art gallery or other projects. You have a concurrent thing, and then you have exhibitions being put in and installed in the last phases of the project. I don't want to be misunderstood about our ambition to have it open by the end of 2024, but understanding that there can be external factors, but that is our ambition that we're working towards.
Well, why does the budget say this will be open in 2025? Who is miscommunicating this to the Treasury?
I'd have to go and check on why that 2025 is there, but I'm very clear on our ambition, and there is often...
This would have been...
It is not unusual for funds to be allocated into the next financial year. It is not unusual for funds to be allocated into the next financial year.
You accept those? There would have been consultation with the agency for those budget figures?
I will come back to you on the detail of that, but I just want to be definitive about our ambition as a steering committee around the delivery of the project.
Were you definitive with the Treasury when they were writing the budget?
Treasury are part of the steering committee.
And they made their view clear in public.
I will check why that is the case and come back with a much more detailed answer.
Yep, thank you.
Minister, you've recently taken on tourism as a new portfolio. Congratulations.
Can I, sorry, just quickly, in answer to Mr. Graham's previous question, apparently New South Wales Treasury Budget Paper number 2, 2022-23, shows an allocation of $179.5 million over the next 4 years. Sorry, Ms. Sharp.
That's okay. Minister, obviously with Aboriginal affairs as well, you'd be aware of the incredible opportunities available for people who come to Australia or visit, who want to experience and have contact and have tourism experiences with Aboriginal and First Nations organisations.
Yep.
Well, why is the Aboriginal Tourism Action Plan 2 years out of date? There's an were you aware, Minister, that there's an Aboriginal Tourism Action Plan?
Look, what I'm aware about is that
Sorry, Minister, can you just answer the question I've just asked you? Are you aware that there is an Aboriginal Tourism Action Plan?
Well, I will ask Steve Cox to speak to the specifics of this, but what I would say is that we met in 2022, Destination New South Wales met with the National Indigenous Australians Agency, NIAA, to discuss the next stage of the Strategic Indigenous Tourism Project, which is
Sorry,
an
that's
element.
a federal. That's a national program. Is that correct? Well, Minister, can I just stop you? You're about to give me an answer that I haven't asked you the question to.
Well, I was just showing our focus and our commitment to Indigenous tourism.
Well, I want to understand what you're actually responsible for as Tourism Minister, which there has previously been an Aboriginal Tourism Action Plan that went from 2017 to 2020. Are you aware of that?
So, obviously, I've been in the role for 3 weeks, Ms. Sharp.
You can say no.
And I'm getting up to speed. But I do think it's appropriate that we'll ask
I'm not trying to get a gotcha moment here for you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to, but obviously not aware of that. So
I mean, I would say that I am aware of the fact
I'm going to ask Mr Cox in a minute about what he's doing
but I just would say that I am aware that the New South Wales Visitor Economy Strategy 2030 includes living Aboriginal culture as a key strength for New South Wales. And
how many Aboriginal people work at Destination New South Wales, Minister?
I'm not aware.
We can come to this later, Mr Cox, but I will ask you this afternoon. But I just want a particular answer in relation to the Aboriginal Tourism Action Plan, which lapsed in 2020. What's happening?
Okay, I'll pass to Mr Cox.
I will ask Mr Cox information. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Ms Sharp. The action plan is being reviewed with NATOC at the moment, so we are continuing working across it.
So it ran out 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Why is there ongoing, when did the consultations start for this?
We're finalising that plan and just doing a review with NATOC on it. It has now been replaced with the Visitor Economy Strategy 2030, so all of our actions align with the Visitor Economy Strategy 2030 going forward, and the Aboriginal actions are contained within that document.
But there's not a standalone plan anymore?
The part of that strategy includes incorporation of Aboriginal plan going forward.
Yeah, but just to be clear, there used to be a standalone plan. There's been a decision taken that there's no longer a standalone plan.
It is part of the Visitor Economy Strategy.
Yes. Well, if you don't want to, I mean, yes or no answers are okay here. Just to be clear. I'm not saying that a plan does not exist. Yes. I'm saying there is no longer a standalone Aboriginal tourism action plan within Destination New South Wales.
All the plans line up within the Visitor Economy Strategy, I think is the right way to.
Which is the overarching strategy.
Yes.
Yes. No. Yeah. No debate about that. Yeah. Just trying to understand what's happened to the previous plan. And what evaluation of the previous plan was there?
We continue to implement the actions of that plan.
No, that's not the question that I'm asking. Sorry, Mr Cox. I'm asking what was the evaluation was undertaken at the completion of the 2020 plan?
As I said at the beginning, that is currently being reviewed with NATOC. The National Aboriginal Tourism.
So it's taken 2 years, or have you only just? When did you start working with NATOC?
I would need to take that on notice. I'm not sure of the exact date.
You could do that and come back to me. That would be great. I could just wait for a minute. Do another 10. Thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask you about Aboriginal Affairs. And when was it decided to change the organisational status of the Head of Aboriginal Affairs from Head of Aboriginal Affairs to a Deputy Secretary position?
I might pass to Mr Cootes-Trotter to address that issue.
Thank you, Minister. And when I took the role on, I realised that the Aboriginal Affairs is a division of DPC. In many people's minds, it's still a separate agency. But it's been part of the department for some time now, and the head of that function was an executive director role, whereas the head of every other function was a deputy secretary role. So I, in concert with the minister, upgraded that role to a deputy secretary role. I think the minister announced that in June, and Mr Shane Hamilton was appointed to that role effective from the 11th of July.
Right, thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask you about land claims.
Sure.
There was some discussion of this at the previous Budget Estimates Committee, and you acknowledged the outstanding land claims was unacceptable. Can you tell me how many land claims are still outstanding?
I can. So the claims that are undetermined or partially undetermined as at the 31st of August this year are 39,371.
And what was that figure in March?
Oh, I don't know. I'm happy to
be able to take it on notice.
Yeah, of course,
I mean, obviously, I know it's an issue that you are concerned about.
Absolutely.
And at estimates, you previously said that you'd established a task force. So I'm just trying to understand whether there's actually been any improvement.
Yeah.
And how many have been resolved. Can you tell me about how many times the task force has met since March?
I can't. Just give me a moment. I don't know if Mr Ireland has information, otherwise we'll have to take that on notice.
I think we'll take it on notice for you.
Yeah, we'll take it on notice.
No, that's fine.
I do have data here about the number of claims resolved in the 21-22 financial year compared to the 2021 financial year. 720 resolved in 21-22 compared to 467 in the year before.
That's good. That's a doubling, but 720 is still a long way from 30. I haven't done the maths, but 39,000. We're talking decades.
That's understood.
And I wanted to understand how many. The way that you outlined it to the previous Estimates Committee, Minister, was that you were looking also to ask Aboriginal land councils what their prioritised lists were in terms of claims. Has that occurred?
I'm sorry, I was just reading something else. Could you repeat the question?
When you were talking about this in March, Minister, you talked about the part of the. So you said that you'd established the task force, and then you wanted to go to Aboriginal land councils and actually ask them to, I suppose, to triage their own claims, to look at the ones that they'd like to move forward more quickly. I'm just trying to. I'm asking you. Whether that's occurred and whether there is these sort of new lists coming forward.
Sure, I understand that. I should take a step back and just make it clear that obviously this process is not managed by me. It's managed by the Minister for Lands. But because I thought there was someone that was sworn in this morning who's managing this process. Was that? Well, there are two ministers who do it in conjunction, which is the Minister for Planning and the Minister for Lands and Water, who are the ministers who would administer the Crown Lands and Management Act of 2016.
I'm glad you can explain your machinery of government, Minister, because there's some pretty challenging ones in the most recent round. Is Ms. Tsitsi-Kronis?
She's the registrar.
So just for clarity, this is being led by colleagues in the Department of Planning and Environment. I've got an update here if you would like me to provide it to you, Ms. Sharp.
Yes, thank you.
So there is a project the LALC 20 project, which is engaging with 120 local Aboriginal land councils. That's 120 land councils have been engaged so far. 44 have expressed an interest in this project. This is a project seeking to prioritise land council claims from the perspective of social impact, economic impact, cultural or spiritual values.
Mr. Couture, thanks for that. I might actually come back to this this afternoon. I'm actually very interested in the detail of this, but I realise that the time is ticking on the Minister's presence. Obviously, Minister, you'd be aware of the Audit Officer's report into land claims that was released in April 2022. It was a pretty scathing report, was it not, Minister?
Yep.
Basically talked about the New South Wales government maladministering the land claims process. What's changed since that report?
Look, I think Crown Land 2031 is important. It's a 10-year strategy setting a new direction for Aboriginal land rights and focused on facilitating social and economic benefits for land councils and for their community aspirations.
Minister, can I just... So the Crown Land 2031, is that's a strategy for all Crown land, or is it specifically targeted in relation to Aboriginal land claims?
I think it's...
I realise this is not your portfolio, but obviously it's key to... You're putting it forward as the key document.
I think it's broader, I want to say, but we're happy to take that on notice. Yep. Can I also say that I'm advised that the Department of Planning and Environment has increased its resources to assess land claims and to accelerate Aboriginal land agreement negotiations, which obviously are... agreements that are entered into with local Aboriginal land councils, which are an alternative to determining the land claims on a case-by-case basis. That's to start packaging them together and to prioritise them, as we discussed before. And 3 of those have been finalised already, but we're hopeful, obviously, of more. Clearly it needs more resources, which I'm advised is happening.
More resources from where?
Into lands. So that there are, in fact, more people who are focusing on...
Was that in the budget?
The determination of claims. I don't know. I've been advised that, but I can...
If you can take that on notice happily. That'd be great. It'd be good to know.
So that's important. So I think all of those elements add together, along with the fact that I believe, and I'm happy to be corrected, that the Minister has delegated the responsibility of determining Aboriginal land claims to Mel Hawes in the department, which is also with the aim of speeding up the process as well. I don't know if you have anything further to add.
She's established an Aboriginal Land Strategy Division headed by an Aboriginal Executive Director. It's a 3-fold increase in resourcing for the team within that division that handles claims. And there's actions... Number one, the government accepted all of the Audit Officer's recommendations from the report in April. Happy to provide an update on notice on the progress against each of those actions.
That would really appreciate that. That'd be great. Yep, thank you. I'm going to let Ms Higginson ask some questions now.
Hello, Ms Higginson.
Hello, Minister. How are you?
Very well. How are you going?
Wonderful. Thank you. Can I just start with something that crosses your various portfolios? There was recently an exhibition titled One Man Soweth and Another Reapeth, and it was in relation to an incredible artist, Doug Heslop, who was to open his exhibition on the 24th of this month at Singleton's Arts and Culture Centre, and it was an exhibition depicting the 1820s Ravensworth estate massacres of the Wonnarua people. Mm-hmm. It was called off at the 11th hour, and it was on the basis that, well, we don't really understand. And it's caused a lot of controversy and it's causing a lot of angst, particularly members of the Aboriginal community that were really hopeful that the exhibition would go forward as part of a truth and reconciliation act of art. Do you know anything about that, Minister?
So I don't. I've not. This is the first I've heard of it. I am happy to look into it, and I will do so. I would make a couple of comments, though, more broadly, if I may, which is about the importance of truth-telling, particularly in terms of public exhibitions. There's just been last year an exhibition. Last year. Anyway, called Unsettled at the Australian Museum, which was one of the most extraordinary and outstanding exhibitions about colonisation of Australia, which has now won a national award for it, under the leadership of Laura McBride, who's the Director of First Nations at the Australian Museum, and is doing an incredible job there. I'm not trying to filibuster, I'm just trying to acknowledge the fact that I think these things are important.
Look, I am so certain there are good things happening. Can I point out to you that the controversy around this perhaps could be related to Singleton Council's support for the destruction of the Ravensworth homestead through the mining application of Glencore coal, and if you would happily look into that and really try and alleviate some of the pain and suspicions that are now happening from particularly the Aboriginal community that's working round the clock and tirelessly to protect the cultural heritage, both European and Aboriginal history and heritage there.
So look, I don't know about the specifics of the exhibition's cancellation or the broader issue, and I'm very happy to look into it.
Thank you.
Continue to engage on that matter.
Minister, how many Section 90 heritage impact permits have been granted in the last 12 months?
Good question. I don't have that information. I don't know if
no, I don't have.
I mean, that's, I presume, under the auspices of the Minister for Heritage, I would guess.
I would have thought.
Yeah.
I would have thought.
Yeah.
It's
So
pretty
we'll
important
obviously
to your.
have to take. Yeah.
Thank you.
No. I understand its importance, but I don't have a direct responsibility. I'll get that information from the Minister for Heritage.
Thank you. I mean, it's the impacts to destroy cultural heritage.
I understand.
Yeah. If you wouldn't mind taking on notice, how many have been granted in the past 12 months, 24 months, 5 years, and how many refusals for the same period of time? I'd be very grateful.
Happy to take all that on notice.
Thank you. Minister, are you nominating any significant places as Aboriginal places at the moment?
Isn't the Minister for Planning? Minister for Heritage does that.
But as the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, given how significant a place is to a community. Because if you would consider, could you please nominate Garnabulla as an Aboriginal place, and could you also please consider nominating the incredibly culturally rich site of the former Dunoon Dam area as an Aboriginal place?
So I'm happy to look at both of those issues and to examine whether there is any intention to nominate either of those places as Aboriginal sites.
Thank you. It's just this resounding issue is that we expect Aboriginal communities or supporters of places being designated as Aboriginal places for that work to be done. But it occurred to some people who contacted me that perhaps the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and the department might be able to take on some of that work.
Yeah, and you would understand I'm carrying 4 portfolios, and
I do. I've got 13.5.
And I understand. But I know this is an issue of significant focus and importance to you, and I'll have a look at it and we'll continue those discussions.
Yeah, and it really is just in the way how we make these government systems work and how we facilitate the only very small processes we have available to Aboriginal communities to get some formal recognition and protection for their places.
Well, there's no question that ensuring government works together to ensure outcomes for Aboriginal people is important, which is what we're trying to do under Closing the Gap, with getting all ministers accountable for the actions and the priority reforms that are under there. Anyway, my point is I understand, and yes, there needs to be continued engagement between all sides of government to protect Aboriginal culture and heritage in the state.
And of course, sometimes these can be somewhat controversial and require strong advocacy given the pressures on those incredible places. Thank you. in relation to Mungo Man and Mungo Woman and the reburials, according to the Commonwealth, the investigation report is apparently close to final. It may well have been finalised, and Minister, you may, and the Minister for Heritage may already have seen that report.
I haven't. I just want to make that very clear. I don't know if it's been finalised or not. I'm certainly very interested in it because, as you know, this was Mungo Man and Mungo Lady were not buried at the direction of the state government.
Yes.
I am quite concerned and want to ensure that always when we're looking at particularly repatriation of either remains or objects, that it's done in line with the wishes of the Aboriginal community. This is really important to me, which is why we have allocated money in the budget in order to significantly increase the amount of deaccessioning of both remains and of objects from the Australian Museum to get them back out onto country as quickly as we can. So I accept the premise of the question.
And Minister, you're aware that the traditional owner applicants that were making the application to the Federal Court for the injunction, they've sought a copy of the report. Hopefully their access to them can be facilitated at some point, and perhaps that's something that you may be able to assist them with once that report's available. But really the question remains, how did a third party access those, how was a third party given access to those remains and their care and control?
That is exactly the right question, by the way, and I, like you, I am very interested to find out the answer to that question.
And so look, it's the advocacy of those traditional owners coming to me.
I guess I should, sorry, Ms Higgins, yes. I guess I should say it is contested. I understand out there in terms of a number of different Aboriginal groups, and so hopefully this report will be able to shine some light on those issues as well.
And I think it goes, Minister, and I just want to make sure that you're thinking in the same way as the traditional owners, in the sense that the Aboriginal Advisory Group under the National Parks and Wildlife Service is a group. It is a group and it is a representative group, but it is not the only group and voice. And I think that...
As I say, it is contested, the space.
Yeah. And so therefore that contest amongst traditional owners, our role is to facilitate and understand and get to a position as best as we can.
Absolutely agree.
So thank you. And there's also there also seems to be an ongoing misrepresentation about the notion of what is free, prior and informed consent, and that the National Parks and Wildlife Advisory Group does not in and of itself satisfy that obligation requirement that is owed to traditional owner groups and traditional owner people, particularly when it comes to under the EPBC Act and the Commonwealth. So the role at the moment of New South Wales is a bit controversial, and as long as the Minister is cognizant of that, then hopefully we'll get some outcomes for those traditional owners who are feeling very aggrieved at the moment. Thank you. Minister, can I just ask you about Splendour in the Grass, if that's okay?
Sure, just give me 1 second.
So, Splendour in the Grass, as you know, is an enormous outdoor festival, and it's experienced some serious difficulties over those COVID years of not being able to do its thing, and all the disappointment that goes with that, and including the significant losses and hardships that experienced. But what we saw this year was an event of a very different form, and I sort of saw it with my own eyes. We saw an extreme weather event take hold of the place, and we saw tens of thousands of people potentially put in a very, very, very precarious position. What are we doing about that in terms of the fact we're now on notice that that site and that festival needs some particular attention, because it's so important that this festival is able to continue, but we need to question whether the site that it continues in its its current manner and form is safe and appropriate.
Yeah, look, I agree. Like you, I've also been to Splendour a number of times, and I think it's an incredibly important festival in particularly supporting not only Australian artists but also the contingent, all of the contingent jobs that rely on it. So I am a strong supporter of it. In terms of the specifics of the site itself, yeah, it was the severe weather conditions this year were made it, I think we all know, a very challenging event. Although that having been said, I was up at the Sample Food Festival in Bangalow on the weekend, and a young fellow was saying to me he had the time of his life on the Friday at Splendour, even though there wasn't any music, but because of, you know, all of the mud and the camaraderie. Nonetheless, that's a small digression. I'm very happy to continue to work with the organisers to discuss how they want to move into the future. I'm committed to supporting festivals in this state, and Splendour is obviously a key anchor one. And if there's, you know, if they come to me and suggest that they would like to look at potentially moving the festival and they'd like to engage with the government on that, then of course I am not only open to, but I welcome those discussions.
Do we think, though, perhaps that it may, you know, there's a bit of a bind there because obviously the proponent is currently suggesting that it's all okay, we had a bus problem and we'll get through it.
But there clearly was a bus problem, by the way.
I'm sure there was.
Yeah.
And for the record, I have never been to a Splendour grass, the grass on that site, never.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, we should go together next year.
Sue doesn't like the site.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, I was the solicitor on the record representing the community that challenged that approval.
Okay,
where the
fine.
court,
Poo-poo my suggestion.
where the Land and Environment Court actually found that having a festival on that site was unlawful.
Understood.
And it was the state government that overrode all the conditions and controls of the local planning authority and pushed that development.
Well, we're pro music festivals. We're pro how it brings community together. We're pro the extraordinary support that it provides musicians and sound technicians and
as you know,
caterers
there's a lot
and
of
staging
concern.
people and lighting and the extraordinary benefits that it provides, not just for the region but the entire state. And so we strongly
Minister,
believe
could you
that they
please
should be
look at the
supported.
fact that the egress and access is a major, significant problem in extreme weather events that I think, in all of my expert view on that side, we are so, and I'm talking deadly serious, lucky that that event didn't go worse than it did.
Yeah, look,
and that we need a serious climate adaptation plan, and we need to look at it because young people go there and it is very hard to get in and out in an extreme weather event, and the site floods very, very fast, and the site is very fire prone for when we're talking about dry years.
Yeah, look, the premise of your question is patently and obviously correct because of what we've just been through, which is that the site clearly has challenges. There's no question of that, and as I say, I'm very happy to have discussions with organisers to talk with them about the future if I'm approached.
Minister, can I just ask, as you know, First Nations people are vastly overrepresented in the specialist homelessness service system. Despite 31% of clients accessing the system identifying as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, just 6% of contracts delivering specialist homeless services involve Aboriginal providers, meaning that's less than 10 specialist funded organisations in New South Wales. What investment and planning is taking place at the moment to address, firstly, the overrepresentation of First Nations homelessness and to scale up Aboriginal community-controlled organisations to lead those solutions?
Yeah. So, look, I'm not... I'll answer the question, but I just want to make it clear that the Minister for Family and Communities and the Minister for Homes obviously are primarily responsible for the issue, but nonetheless, I agree that it clearly is an issue that I need to be concerned about, particularly because the National Agreement on Closing the Gap commits us to increasing the proportion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people living in appropriately sized and not overcrowded housing to 88% by 2031. So I understand that that's one of the 17 priority reform areas, and we therefore must focus on it, and we are. So in the 2022-23 budget, we invest over $500 million in Aboriginal housing, and I'll just give you a few bits and pieces. So there's $149.8 million, for example, to deliver 200 new and 260 upgraded homes for Aboriginal families, and to install 4,440 climate resilience and energy saving upgrades, which will help to reduce overcrowding and improve the quality of life, obviously, for tenants. There's $67.2 million to continue and expand the Strong Family, Strong Communities program, providing home ownership opportunities and tenancy support to Aboriginal families, delivering housing support to Aboriginal students completing tertiary studies, and promoting the viability of the Aboriginal community housing sector through workforce training and resourcing for maintenance and operating activities. And that builds on the AHO, the Aboriginal Housing Office's continued efforts to deliver new homes for Aboriginal tenants and upgrades to many existing properties. There have been new 5-bedroom homes in Western Sydney and Cessnock and Raymond Terrace, for example. Funding has been provided to the Bowraville local Aboriginal Land Council for the benefit of Hansard for repairs and the installation of rooftop solar panels and air conditioning on 47 properties. There have been 8 units constructed in Casino, including 4 3-bedroom homes and 4 2-bedroom homes, which include adaptable accommodation, which allow for easy modification to become wheelchair and mobility accessible. We also announced in October 2021 $12 million to boost the capacity of Aboriginal-controlled community organisations to prevent and respond to homelessness through the Aboriginal Homelessness Sector Growth Project. So we're conscious of the issue. Clearly there is more work to be done, but I think that those initiatives show that we are engaged in the area and will continue to focus on it.
And are you satisfied that the Aboriginal community-controlled organisations are taking the lead, or are you not yet satisfied?
I think there is certainly more work to be done, and not just in this space, but in all spaces. And I'm very focused, and I'm not sure that you were here before when we had an engagement about this, but I am very focused on doing all I can to ensure that ACOs are given the responsibility to lead in not just this space, but in all areas that directly relate to Aboriginal people and outcomes in the state.
Can I just ask you finally, from me, about cultural heritage reforms?
Sure.
As you know, there's now a bill that is being sent to an inquiry.
Yep.
Does Aboriginal Affairs intend to work to potentially seek an outcome on that bill, or do you as the Minister and the Department, do you have your own intentions to do something parallel, different? How are we going to be engaging on this?
So we've been working on this since 2018, since the 2018 discussions, to ensure that we land in a place that is as acceptable for all key stakeholders and government as we can. We have developed we're in the process of developing a draft bill after discussions with the key stakeholders to try to ensure that we get to a place where we can legislate on this. Now, I appreciate all that Reverend Nile has done in this space. He's actually been a champion for Aboriginal people for decades. I do have concerns. The government has concerns about the bill, about its practicality in terms of implementation, about the level of consultation and other bits and pieces. But we'll be looking at the outcomes of the inquiry. I believe the submission's closed from memory on the 15th of September, and I think the inquiry comes down on the 7th of November. And so we give a commitment that the government will look at and consider the findings and the recommendations of that inquiry before we then proceed to a draft bill. Because I think it's good that it's happening because it will hopefully flesh out more issues and allow us to land in a good place. Look, my hope is that with Aboriginal cultural heritage, it's taken far too long to be legislated in the state, right? There is no question of that, and it needs to be done. And I know that there is goodwill on all sides of politics to get it done. My hope is that we can do it in a similar way that we did the reparations for the stolen generations back in 2016, and we land in a place looking at finalising and formalising a path that's going to not only be good for Aboriginal people in this state, protect that cultural heritage, but also is broadly supported across all sides of politics. There would be nothing worse than this becoming a contentious culture war issue because it can't. The protection of Aboriginal cultural heritage in this state is too important to allow that to happen.
Thank you.
It's now time for our break, so we will return at 11:15 a.m.
Thank you.
Halfway through. No, I'm just going to go one.
Hello, Sue. I should say hello. Nice to
Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue questions with the opposition.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Ms Sharp.
Minister, I just wanted to take you through a number of strategies that your government has adopted since 2011 in relation to Aboriginal affairs.
Yep.
So obviously ochre was the main work that was done in sort of 2011 to 2013 on how does government speak with First Nations people. What is the status of ochre?
So ochre continues, particularly its underlying principles, or I should say, and contingent structures in terms of the alliances and local decision making, and they do. Many of them do extremely good and important work.
Sure. So
Sorry, I am answering the question. I'll just, but that's the starting point. The second point that I want to make is that you're right. The fundamental implication of your question is that there are other strategies and how do they all work together. I shouldn't probably put words into your mouth.
Probably wait till we get there.
I'll wait till we get there. That's where we are with
an answer on ochre.
Sure, there's an answer.
So just to be clear, ochre was evaluated in 2019, was it not? I know that you're new.
Yes, there was.
So what has happened since then?
I think that there is much important and valuable work that's done under the ochre strategy. Now, it is quite clear to me...
No doubt about that, Minister, but that's not what I'm asking you.
I understand.
I'm asking you what happened after the evaluation.
And
Has the government formally responded to it?
Well, obviously that was before I was made a minister in December last year. I don't know if Mr Cootes tried to...
No, I don't have it to hand, I'm afraid, Ms Sharp.
But we're happy to take that on notice and provide information for you.
Yep, okay. And just so that, obviously that is done, big strategy, lots of consultation, and that was done. And we then, in terms of trying to do things, then there was, in 2017, Gladys Berejiklian became the Premier and set a range of Premier's priorities. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Minister, I wanted to ask you about two of those, obviously, which is HSC attainment for Aboriginal people. How's that tracking?
I don't have that information on me, but I'm happy, obviously, to source it. But what I would say is that clearly there are a number of issues under closing the gap.
Yep, we're going to get to that, Minister. Okay. Just wait. I mean, this is what I'm trying to. I'm trying to work through the various commitments that your government's made in relation to Aboriginal affairs and the outcomes for Aboriginal people in this state. And I'm just trying to understand where we're at because it's complicated.
Yeah, it is complicated.
Correct. So
and it's appropriate, I think, that with underneath the Premier's priorities should focus on outcomes for First Nations people.
Correct. We're going to come to that. So, the proportion of Aboriginal students attaining the HSC has gone backwards, Minister. Are you aware of that?
I understand that there have been some of the closing the gap targets, particularly.
No, I'm not talking about the closing the gap targets. I'm talking about the Premier's priorities that were put in place in 2017. And I'm wanting to understand that you are aware that that HSC attainment for Aboriginal students has not improved.
So I'm not aware of that fact.
Okay, and so the second item that I wanted to ask you about was, just bear with me, the number of children being re-reported in out-of-home care. I know Ms Cootes-Trotter is well across this. We've talked about this a lot, but clearly a couple of issues to mention. One is there's an increasing proportion of First Nations children in out-of-home care, and the figures in relation to the number of children being re-reported are again not meeting the Premier's priority target. Are you aware of that, Minister?
I am deeply concerned about the high rates of Aboriginal children who are in out-of-home care and the impacts that are felt on those children and their families and the communities. I am well aware of this issue because closing the gap commits...
We're going to get to that, Minister.
This is exactly the issue.
Yes,
It
correct,
commits
but we're going to get to that. I'm not asking you about that.
Over-representation of Torres Strait and Torres Strait Islander and Aboriginal children.
We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that, Minister. I'm asking you about commitments that your government made over a long period. This is not new stuff.
No.
Closing the gap is looking into the future to try and improve things. I'm trying to look at the record of your government in relation to the priorities that have been set previously.
Understood.
So on these two, they're not going well. So my question I'm not suggesting for a minute that you're not concerned about them, and I'm not for a minute suggesting you are personally responsible for these, given that you've been in the position for a very short period of time. However, I think it is perfectly reasonable for me to ask for you, on behalf of the government, to explain the status and nature of these and what's being done to try and achieve these. So given, and I do understand that the Premier's priorities is not totally in your purview, I'm trying to understand how the Aboriginal Affairs interacts with the Premier's priorities.
And I'm happy to do that. So what we do, and this is why closing the gap is important, because
sorry, Minister, we're going to get to that, and you're going to get to tell me what you're doing in the future. I'm asking about the commitments that this government made in 2017 to try and achieve these priorities that have not been met.
And you specifically said, what are you doing to address them? And I was going to try and tell you what I'm addressing, what I'm doing to address the over-representation of Aboriginal children in out-of-home care.
We've not had to do this point of order today, but obviously the Minister's trying to answer the question. Ms Sharp is talking over him, and I'm concerned for Hansard being able to record that.
They're okay. They're used to me.
Well, well, we're all a bit used.
And we're used to each other too.
So you two can take it outside, or we can have it to more orderly.
Okay, I will let the Minister answer the question.
The point is,
I will just remind everyone involved one at a time. Thank you.
So look, the point is, I understand where you're coming from, but this is specifically valid to addressing this issue. Obviously, we need to reduce the over-representation of Aboriginal children out of home care. Now, which is a direct one of the specific priorities under closing the gap.
Minister, just to be clear, just to give you the figures and the numbers of the problem, in 2011-2012, the proportion of Aboriginal children in care was 35%. In 2021, it's now 43%, and it has increased every single year.
Yep. So I'm happy to answer the question, which is to tell you what we're doing. And what we're doing is working hand in hand with the Coalition of Aboriginal Peak Organisations, or CAPO, to define programs that are going to address this specific need. And in this budget, we actually did that under a number of programs. So we've allocated $9.9 million over 4 years for the Aboriginal Child and Family Advocacy Support.
No, Mr Franklin, I'm not asking you to give me a list of how much money
you said, what are you doing to address this? And I was happy to tell you what we're doing to address it.
You can get Mr Mallard or Mr Rath to
you asked me, what are you doing to address it?
No,
well, you did. I'm quoting you directly.
Well, let me reframe my question if you don't understand the nature in which I'm trying to answer it.
Happy to answer any question.
And I'm happy to take responsibility for not being clear.
No problem.
The issue is that the Premier's priorities were put in place in 2017, and it's now 2022. Now, my understanding, and is it your understanding, that the Premier's priorities are still a priority for the Premier and for the government?
Sorry, it was a little Gilbert and Sullivan-esque there for a moment, but nonetheless,
is the Premier's priority
of course those priorities.
Okay, well, how are they being reported?
So
Mr Coutts-Trotter can answer this, because I've asked him almost every estimates about this for probably the last 7 years.
I'm happy to pass to Mr Coutts-Trotter for the 8th time.
So on the proportion of children in out-of-home care who are Aboriginal, the proportion of children who are Aboriginal has risen because the numbers of children in care have fallen, and the fall in the number of children in care is most marked among non-Aboriginal kids. So the number of Aboriginal kids in care is stable, but with the overall population falling, their share rises. Excuse me. Over the past 5 years, we have seen a fall in the number of Aboriginal children coming into care. So there are some interventions that have been deployed over those previous 5 years that have had an impact. If you look at the rates of kids in care around the nation, they have been rising. In New South Wales, for the past 5 years, they've been falling. So it is a mixed picture. What is really very clear, though, is that if we are to make further significant progress, we won't achieve that by simply running the system we have harder and faster. We have to make some fundamental changes to the way non-Aboriginal agencies engage with Aboriginal people communities and Aboriginal controlled organisations. So there is a lot of work that colleagues elsewhere in government can talk to, particularly in DCJ, about attempts to do that. The only other point I'd make, in terms of the Premier's re-reporting measure, yes, it remains a priority, and the most recent published data is from 2021, which we saw a reduction for a number of years and then an increase. I keep in close contact with my former colleagues on this. The good news is that the 3 strategies that have been deployed appear to be working, and I think the next data set to be published will show a significant improvement and a credible trajectory to achieving that target.
And the figures in relation to re-reporting, are they broken down between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're published, but of course they can be, because there was a lot of focus on.
Could you take notice of that?
Yeah, no, happy to.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I suppose my question for you, Minister, is as Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, in relation. I understand that you are not. Responsible for those, but I'm trying to understand how in government those are fitting together with things like closing the gap.
Yeah. So
just to give you some context, my understanding of the Premier's priorities is that Mr Cootes-Totto is in charge, and that the various secretaries have to get together, and it's part of their KPIs and it's part of what they have to work to, and there's been an ongoing working group over a period of time. There's now closing the gap. Yep. Is that a separate process?
Yeah, and obviously how does that play into play with the local decision-making processes and the alliances? And clearly this is an issue that people have been considering. I guess say a couple of things. Firstly, I make no apology about the government putting further focus and placing further import on these issues, and I think that's a good thing.
No criticism, Minister, about that.
But with the new Deputy Secretary's appointment, Shane Hamilton, I've asked him to undertake a review of how these constituent bodies all work together in terms of providing outcomes, the best outcomes for Aboriginal people on the ground in community, because we want to make sure, that the resources of government are united and directed in achieving those outcomes, but B, that the broader community, particularly Aboriginal organisations and the Aboriginal community, understand how it fits together. We don't want people to think that there is, either LDMs are the only ones delivering outcomes, or closing the gap's the only thing delivering outcomes, or a focus on the Premier's priorities. What we want is all of those to mesh together, and that's exactly the body of work that Mr Hamilton's doing now to ensure that we make that as smooth and efficient as possible.
How does that work with all of the other government agencies that are also doing their own consultations?
So we have, every 3 months, we have meetings between the Coalition of Aboriginal People Organisations and all clusters, which has all ministers attend these 10, I want to say, different meetings. How many clusters are there? 10 different cluster meetings with all of the ministers and all of the key public servants, along with the representatives
sorry,
of all
Minister,
of
I
the
think you missed. That's yes. Okay, so that's how you're doing the government consultation.
Yeah.
But
that's how
each of those agencies is doing consultation on the ground with Aboriginal people.
And they have to report back on their outcomes, what they're doing, their strategies, and against their agreed upon targets at each of those meetings, and provide information on the progress in that specific quarter.
Minister, what's the future of the New South Wales Coalition of Aboriginal Regional Alliances?
Oh, Ankara. Where that review will speak to that. The review that you're talking about is trying to bring all of those programs together. I'm asking now specifically about Ankara. I think Ankara is a really good and important organisation.
Well, just to be clear, your government established this under OCA, did they not?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
It's a good organisation. It's the umbrella organisation over all of the regional alliances and the LDMs, and I think that it does a good and important job.
So they're funded until October.
No, that's not true.
When are they funded until?
Until June the 30th next year.
Okay, thank you. And are you also aware, though, that they also have two separate reviews? That they're in the middle of their statewide evaluation?
I'm aware.
And the New South Wales Ombudsman is also
I'm aware of that.
So why are you subjecting them to a third review happening all at the same time?
Well, no, because it's not just subjecting LDMs to that review. This is a broader, holistic...
Sorry, why are you asking them to participate in a third review?
Because I would have thought it's in their interest to work out...
Was there not a review of the entire OCA program, which presumably included NCARA in 2019?
So what I want is an understanding and an investigation and an assessment of how all of these programs work together. I've had feedback from the community that there is some confusion about that and concern. Frankly, I'll be brutally honest with that. LDMs have felt some level of concern about the fact that is Capo, is Closing the Gap now delivering outcomes on the ground when they already have a number of structures to which that are working and delivering on the ground, to which I say I am utterly ambivalent about the vehicle that delivers outcomes for Aboriginal people on the ground. I support all of these constituent bodies and all of these organisations and all of these programs, and I want them to deliver. So what I need to do is to make sure, A, there's not inane replication of bureaucracy, and B, that all of the programs that are established are actually delivering outcomes on the ground. And that's what this review seeks to assess, to make sure that we're actually achieving what we want to achieve, to address a number of the issues which you've already raised in this session.
So just to be clear, though, NCARA, in terms of their future, is there until June 30. But
they're funded each year. As the automatic funding structure for NCARA and alliances is a year-by-year funding, and they are funded until the 30th of June.
And when was the last time you met with NCARA?
Oh, probably 2 weeks ago, I think I want to say. Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Thank you. Minister, I then want to move to closing the gap. I mean, look, I suppose to preface this, part of the reason why I wanted to take you through those issues this morning was that in previous budget estimates, so in 2017, and I should have checked whether I actually asked then, I would have had exactly the same answers, which was that the Premier's priorities were going to deliver change and there was fundamentally going to be an improvement. And I suppose what I'm pointing to is that there has not been an improvement. No, just wait. In terms of those two key measures that the government decided were the key measures, two of the key measures, and we've now got closing the gap, which everyone welcomes, and I know there's been a huge amount of work that's gone into it, and I do believe that there's been a lot of joint work with Aboriginal controlled organisations in terms of trying to measure those.
I'm personally deeply committed to this.
Yes, I know. That's great.
Good.
How's it going to be better this time?
I think it's going to be better this time because it's actually being done in genuine collaboration with Aboriginal people in this state. The 27 programs which are announced under this budget were developed by office-level working groups in conjunction with CAPO, so representatives from clusters in conjunction with the relevant constituent bodies of CAPO. And together they came up with the programs, all of which have been fully funded. So the point that I would make is that there is now buy-in from all parts of both government and community. I announced when I was in Lightning Ridge with the Premier to announce this Closing the Gap funding, what I said was, gone are the days when government tells Aboriginal people what's best for them. We have to work together in genuine partnership, and that's why this is different. And look, you're right, Ms Sharp, I know you're right, that this is really challenging. And yes, some of the basis lines have gone back, but a number of them have improved.
Sorry, Minister, these are more than baselines. I mean, these are the targets that the government sets to show progress.
I absolutely agree with you. And that's why I'm excited and enthused that not only do we have in New South Wales this genuine collaboration and partnership, for the first time ever, but that at a national level there's such focus on doing this across the nation. You know, I had a meeting with Minister Burney and all of the state Aboriginal Affairs or Indigenous Affairs ministers in Adelaide. I think it was last week. And there was actually a lot of praise for New South Wales and what we're doing in terms of how we are, the targets that we've set and the collaboration.
Well, the targets are great.
And also, by the way, the reporting. We're the only state in the nation that's actually reported back the outcomes of what we're required to do federally. And anyway, it's I'm
great. Can we just? Sure. That's great. Can I just ask you a couple more specific things about how many dedicated staff have been employed in Capo and what resources have you given them to support the New South Wales implementation plan?
Okay, so we've given them significant resources, including a significant uplift in
how many
in this. But I don't have those figures in front of me. But all I'm saying is,
Mr. Ireland, I'm going to be asking you this afternoon.
Well, let's perhaps allow him to answer the question now if he has that information, which he may not. But
you might need to just turn that mic for Tim.
Yep, he's got to speak straight into it. Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
And welcome.
Welcome.
So from 2021 budget, Capo was provided $3.9 million to employ...
Over what period?
Over 18 months.
Okay, great.
So that takes their contract up to August this year, and then under the 2022-23 budget, an allocation was made to further the partnership with Capo.
Okay, so 3.9 million. How many extra staff did that equate to?
So might need to take that on notice.
That's fine. And so the 22-23 budget, so it was 3.9 million in 18 months. What was it in the 22-23 budget?
Let me check.
I want to say 4.6 million, but I might be wrong.
It was close to 10, but I'll just take that on notice.
Okay, if you take it on notice, we can come back. If you just clarify.
Aren't you looking at the New South Wales Government and New South Wales Capo partnership funding?
Yep.
Is that right? So when you say 10, I think that's over 2022 to 2024. So
that's right, over 2 years.
Yeah, so it's 4.6 million for 2022-23 and then 4.6 million for 23-24.
And are you able to tell me how many extra staff that's provided to Capo to do the work?
I can't, but...
I think that will be dependent on their model and how they work to deliver on the work that they're doing.
And just to clarify, they're the employers of the positions, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. What is the role of the regional alliances in relation to this process?
Well, that's, I guess, the point that I just made before, which is that we need
subject to review.
Yeah, I need to make sure. Look, the regional alliances. If you look at the work that LAPA does, or the LAPA is, or Barang. I mean, there are some of the work that is being done by the alliances on the ground is extraordinary.
No doubt about that.
And what we need to do is to make sure that it fits together, right? Because we're doing this in a new way, and obviously obviously CTG is a different focus, a new focus for government, and you're right to say that there was already a pre-existing policy position and set of programs. I don't believe that. I believe that LDMs and alliances are really important, and I think that their work needs to be...
What I'm asking you though, Minister?
Sorry, just remind me of the question.
Do they have a role formally within the Closing the Gap infrastructure that's being put in place? And if so, what is it?
All right. So in terms of their ongoing relationship with Closing the Gap, that's being assessed now.
Yeah, but so subject to review. Sorry, you've answered that. That's fine.
Sorry, can I just give you one more piece of information, which is the Community in Place funding that I announced before, which is basically funding of up to $250,000 for actual programs or infrastructure that's going to make a difference to closing the gap on the ground, like, for example, a bus, which when the Premier and I were in Coonamble, the Coonamble community said that they really wanted a bus so that they could take their old people who needed healthcare to hospital in Dubbo, etc. And LDMs, along with all other organisations, have been encouraged to apply for those grants.
Is it fair to say, Minister, that the local decision-making was a creation of Aboriginal affairs, but there's now been additional things added onto and on top of it, and that it's not considered to be the primary way in which the government is negotiating and consulting with Aboriginal groups across the state?
No, I wouldn't say that. I don't see that one has supremacy over another. I think that there is value in all of these constituent bodies. I think that clearly LDMs have a focus on the ground, and that's why they were part of the officer level working groups. Some of their constituent organisations, their member organisations, were part of the officer level working groups developing up these 27 closing the gap proposals. But what I would say is Capo generally has a more statewide focus and understanding, although they do have constituent organisations like AMSs and so forth, ALSs, on the ground that do work specifically within community. LDMs are deeply connected into local communities, and they have an extremely important role too. My view is that all of these organisations provide significant value to delivering outcomes for Aboriginal people on the ground in this state, and all of them should be supported. But obviously, because of exactly what you highlight, that there was an original strategy, there is now an additional strategy in terms of closing the gap. We need to ensure that they...
Is there another strategy
we need
coming
to ensure
on top of that? I mean, given that Ochre's kind of complete, and as I said, it's sort of been hanging since 2019.
Well, I don't know that it's been hanging. I mean,
There's been no formal response.
I was down in Wagga, and the Alliance, and I met with the Alliance. What would that have been? 4 days ago. The work that they're doing on the ground of that whole region is extraordinary.
So I'm just trying to understand, what is the primary strategy? What is the primary strategy that will guide the work of the Department of Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales going forward?
Well, obviously what our aim is in this state is to close the gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people. Full stop. That is our aim, and clearly in order to do that there are 17 nationally agreed on priority reform areas, or targets I should say. There are 4 nationally agreed on priority reform areas, of which we've added a 5th, which is the economic empowerment one. But there are 17 targets which everybody is trying to fulfil and to focus on nationwide. That is what our fundamental focus is on. That having been said, there are a whole range of vehicles that will be able to assist in the delivery of those outcomes. And I see LDMs as an important part of being able to deliver on the ground for community. Their relationships with other community organisations will be absolutely profoundly important to, because they actually know what's happening on the ground, as do the constituent bodies of Closing the Gap and of Capo as well.
Great, thank you, Minister. Minister, I understand there's going to be a review of funding for Aboriginal controlled community organisations. Is that correct? It may not be correct. I'm willing to.
Could you give me a little more information?
Well, I'm advised that there's that you're going to be undertaking a comprehensive view of funding issues faced by art shows.
ACOs?
ACOs, sorry.
That's okay. I don't know if Michael or Tim have anything. It doesn't.
One of the funded initiatives in the budget include a ACO comprehensive support package, which looks at...
That would be it, yep.
Aboriginal community controlled organisation may require to effectively deliver services across the state to inform government on...
So that was announced in the budget, was it?
Yep.
And has it... is there sort of a terms of reference for that?
No, it hasn't commenced yet. It's $1.9 million over 2 years to try and test what we need to learn from Aboriginal community controlled organisations to deliver.
It's not about cutting funding or anything like that. It's about ensuring that we maximise their... their role.
I'm asking the question. Don't assume that I'm heading towards an outcome. I'm asking the question. And so who's going to be undertaking that research?
The model that we're looking at the moment is having a conversation with Capo about how we commission them to undertake that work.
Thank you. I'm going to hand back to my colleague.
Could I just quickly correct the record? In my enthusiasm for clusters, I thought there were 10. There are, in fact, 9.
It's very confusing, and the government keeps creating new ones.
There's 9 plus the Public Service Commissioner, so I have 10 in my mind.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
As I said, it's confusing for all of us.
Minister, we might turn back to your tourism portfolio, and congratulations for
Thanks very much.
your ascension to this role. I look forward to seeing what you do. I want to ask about the Feel New South Wales campaign.
Yep.
Data provided by Destination New South Wales shows that the majority of this advertising campaign was in fact spent in New South Wales. Can you confirm that is correct?
Sorry, I was just trying to find my note as, yes, I have a number of folders here. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the question is this: Feel New South Wales, the campaign designed to bring people to New South Wales. Most of the money appears to have been spent in New South Wales. Is that correct?
So I'll ask Mr Cox to make some comments on this, but that wouldn't be surprising if that were the case. But I'll ask Mr Cox to comment.
And I might just indicate, Mr Cox, I'm just keen for you to confirm those figures.
I mean, they did switch their focus to domestic travel before the international borders reopened. So I'm saying it intuitively makes sense, but I won't preempt Mr Cox
at the moment.
Good morning, Mr Graham. I need to take on notice for the exact split, so I did actually publicly record those in the recent media article. So if you're taking it from that article, that would be correct.
So great. So for those figures that were reported publicly, 36% of the campaign in New South Wales, 28% in Victoria, and 21% in Queensland. They were the figures you used.
That's correct. And the reason for the higher split to New South Wales was the timing of the original launch, which, as you recall, would have been back end of last year when borders were still closed. So, and there was different levels of travel between different destinations. So it was also very important to be providing travel within New South Wales. So from Sydney-siders to travel through the rest of New South Wales and into regional New South Wales, which has been the lifeblood of their businesses during the period of the pandemic, and then from regional New South Wales back into Sydney. It's also
Minister,
important.
When we, or Mr Cox, when we say the campaign generated 2.1 million leads, presumably more than a third of those were from New South Wales. They're actually New South Wales people clicking on the website.
I would need to get that data. The 2.1 million leads is the total number that went there, but it would include people from outside the destination. So we record visitation as somebody from outside 50 kilometres from the destination.
Right. Okay.
But we also want people from New South Wales to visit other parts of New South Wales.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean that's an important part of the strategy, particularly while we're still getting international.
You're entitled to put that view. I'm asking first the specific question of the 2.1 million leads. Is it common sense that a third of those would have come from New South Wales?
I'll leave that with Mr.
You've taken that on notice.
Again, I'll take it on notice to give you the exact numbers.
And of the $120 million brought into the state's visitor economy, it'd be common sense that more than a third of that would be from New South Wales. Is that
again, to get the exact numbers, we need to take that on notice. But I think the point is, as the Minister was just saying, visitor spend within New South Wales is critically important, especially during the period of the pandemic when Sydney was supporting the visitor economy in regional New South Wales.
I think you're taking that on notice.
Yes.
In fact, the Ballina-Byron Airport was, and the airport route between Sydney and Ballina-Byron was the busiest airport route in the country for quite a while then.
But, Minister, I accept the economic case you're arguing, but why is the government promoting this as $120 million brought into the state's visitor economy when $40 or $45 million of it started here?
Well, I would argue that the $120 million has been spent on the visitor economy in New South Wales.
Yeah, but it hasn't been brought into the state. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think we're getting quite semantic here.
I'm referring to the government's argument about this.
Well, it's been brought in. Well, you could argue.
I'm just asking if you agree with that.
If we're going to go down semantics, and I'm happy to do this any time, you could argue that $120 million has in fact been brought into the visitor economy. That doesn't mean it's been brought into New South Wales from externally from New South Wales, but it's been brought into the visitor economy
So
from
you're standing by those comments?
From people who potentially otherwise wouldn't have travelled, whether that's intrastate or interstate.
How much of the government's got a bold commitment to $65 billion of visitor expenditure by 2030. How much of that target is not attracting people from Victoria or Queensland or perhaps across the globe, but simply getting people from New South Wales to move around New South Wales?
I know that of that 65 million, 25 billion, 65 billion, apologies, thank you. Yep. 25 billion is to support regional, is envisaged to come from regional tourism. I believe that 10 billion is to come from day trips, if I remember correctly, but as I say, I'm only just getting my head into this space. Perhaps Mr. Cox will have some more information.
Mr. Cox.
Again, I think the numbers I just need to check for the exact. I'm happy to take it on those, but also I'm happy to give you the exact numbers in the afternoon session. The numbers are within the visitor economy strategy itself, so they are to hand the splits between intrastate and day trip visitation, interstate visitation, and international visitation. Those numbers are
international visitation.
Just to add, I in fact have the very document right here, and on page 26 it says that domestic day trips we envisage to have $10 billion by 2030, from 8.3 billion in 2000.
And you agree that $17 billion of this is coming from international tourism in the 2030 target. It's really the breakdown between the $47 billion.
And that's up from, by the way, $11.4 billion in 2019.
Yeah, no, I'm clear.
So that's a significant increase, basically a 50% increase.
Minister, my question though is, how much of the $47 billion of domestic tourism that we're trying to generate is simply New South Wales citizens moving around?
So I understand the question. I'm answering as best as I can, which is to say that $10 billion of that is in terms of day trips. In terms of the more detailed part of the question, very happy
I think Mr. Cox
for us to take that on notice.
Yeah. Yep. And of the 65 billion, 17 billion in international, 47 on domestic, where does the other $1 billion of visitor expenditure come from, if not international and domestic tourism?
I assume that we're talking decimal points here, but I don't know.
I would expect it's a rounding error, but happy to take it on those.
Not interstellar travel?
Flying cars?
Well, precise. Don't
get him on the flying cars.
Encourage me on the flying cars.
We were promised flying cars, by the way, in the Jetsons when I was a kid.
Well, no, your government's promised it. Mr. Graham's been pursuing it for the transport estimates. You should read the transcripts.
New Mirrorball. New Mirrorball.
I love the Mirrorballs. Can we bring that back?
Minister, this isn't what Victoria's doing. Victoria's advertising in Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales, Western Australia, Tasmania and Canberra, New Zealand. Why are we focusing our expenditure mainly in New South Wales?
Well, we're not. I mean, even by your own figures,
Well, we are.
You said mainly. That implies over 50%. And
the greatest single expenditure.
Fine, but mainly doesn't. If we're talking about semantics, we can continue to talk about semantics. What we understand is that there is enormous. We are the premier state in this nation, and we understand that there is enormous value in people in New South Wales travelling to other parts of New South Wales, because we have such an extraordinary variety of opportunities for people to experience, whether that's beaches, whether that's vineyards, whether that's the snow-capped mountains of Thredbo and Jindabyne.
Why do we have to spend so much money convincing our own citizens to visit their own state?
Well, I think
it seems counterintuitive when the whole focus of these campaigns elsewhere has been to get people to travel from Sydney to Melbourne, for example.
I understand the question.
Victorian government's done that.
Intrastate.
What I would say is that the last 3 years has fundamentally changed how people see the world and their place in the world, and it has meant that people don't adhere to traditional forms of behaviour and that they had done for many years. So people have been concerned about COVID. People have been inside on the couch. People have been watching Netflix. We all know that. But what we need is to ensure that we get them out the door and seeing the extraordinary value of what this state has to offer. And that's good for everyone. It's good for them in terms of their mental health, in terms of their connectivity with their families, family, their friends and others, but it's of course also extremely important for the broader cross-section as well of the economy and the visitor economy. I'd also make the point that...
Minister, I put this question to you. Has Destination New South Wales made an offer to bring the Logies to New South Wales?
Well, that's a little non sequitur, but nonetheless, I'm happy to pass to Mr. I don't know details of that particular question. But before we get there, can I just say there is one final point I wanted to make. In your
happy to do that briefly.
I am. Yeah. The inherent premise of your question is moving people around New South Wales is bad. I don't agree with that premise, but I would say, or it's not where we should be focusing.
You're
Perhaps
inviting a response.
So I understand that. So I don't agree with the premise. That's fine. We are, however, focusing on bringing more international people back in terms of the $60 million Aviation Activation Fund. Just 2 weeks ago, I announced two new planes weekly from Tokyo to Sydney. We're conscious of it.
I do have to respond that no, that is not the suggestion I'm making.
Okay.
But we'll turn to Mr. Cox.
Mr. Cox.
So, am I answering the marketing piece to answer your question about where we invest our dollars? So, it's important to recognise.
No, Mr. Cox.
Yes?
The question is, has Destination New South Wales made an offer to bring the Logies to New South Wales?
We are always looking at major events and we pursue them aggressively, and the detail of which events we are in conversation with is commercial in confidence at any point in time.
Conversation, I'd accept. Has Destination New South Wales made an offer to bring the Logies to New South Wales?
Again, the details of any communications around events are commercial in confidence. They, as you could appreciate, they're a commercial nature, and we're not at liberty to be able to discuss what we may be
Mr. Cox, you're
speaking
here
to
at the Parliament talking to the Parliament about your operations. I'm not asking about the details of the deal you've done. I'm asking, has an offer been made to bring the Logies to New South Wales?
Again, we look at a very broad range of events, and lots of conversations occur at different times. Those conversations are commercial in confidence in the interests of the people in New South Wales.
What is commercial in confidence about the fact that you've made an offer like this? Why can't you discuss?
Any event that we may show interest in will therefore raise the interests of other markets, other destinations, other countries and the like. So the minute other people in the competitive set know that we may or may not have had a conversation around a particular topic, say, for example, South by Southwest, if other markets had known that we were talking to South by Southwest at the time,
but you've
then
gone
those markets would engage.
that, haven't you? And that's why it's appropriate to ask, because you've gone further than just a conversation.
Again,
can you confirm that?
Conversations with relations to events are commercial in confidence.
I'm not very comfortable with that answer, Mr. Cox, I have to say.
Okay.
At what point do you feel you would be able to disclose to the Parliament when you've signed a deal? Where in the deal pipeline for these events would you feel comfortable
at the point when we have secured the event and make a public announcement?
What legal issues have you struck in dealing with this issue, trying to attract this event to New South Wales?
Again, I'm not confirming, as I've said to you previously, Mr. I'm not trying to be difficult, sir, but if we make any conversation around events in the public domain, no matter what stage they may be, we talk to events all across the world all of the time on an ongoing basis, and that information needs to be kept private and confidential for both parties, and also in the interests of people in New South Wales, so that we can secure the best possible deal on the events that we are targeting as part of our strategy to grow the visitor economy.
You look at the events across Australia and you look at an event like the Logies, what do you see it might bring by way of visitors, given that's your key target?
Sure, we look at events across the broad spectrum. There's a variety of ways that we might look at any particular event. So if it's an event investment, the primary measure is always visitor spend and how much money is spent in the area. Sometimes we can look at things that may be seen as event as more of a marketing investment. So in that case, it's around the exposure for the brand, for the destination, and it becomes a media buy assessment, and it would not be seen as an event, it would be seen as a marketing investment.
So the key test of visitors may be waived when it comes to an event such as the Logies, using this now as an example.
As I said, I'm not making any specific commentary with relation to the Logies, but we do look at the marketing return as well as the visitor return.
Minister, have you commenced an audit into the commitments that were made by the previous minister in this tourism portfolio, Minister Ayres, to see what decisions have been particularly recently made, such as perhaps this example, as to whether it stacks up based on your assessment?
I am continuing to follow the advice of Destination New South Wales, the CEO and the board, and envisage doing so in terms of the recommendations that they make about what events should and should not be funded in this state.
Yeah, and I take that commitment on face value, Minister. I think even the previous minister would have acknowledged one of his strengths was having a strong view about particular directions. That was, I think, one of his strengths as a minister.
I also have many strong views too on many issues.
Perhaps also occasionally a problem. But he may have taken a different approach to the one you've just outlined. Have you initiated an audit so you're aware of what recent decisions have been made?
I've certainly asked Destination New South Wales to advise me if they have any concerns about any upcoming events or funding events, events that have been funded or supported by the government, and to give me any information about that. I haven't been alerted or advised as to any events, either upcoming or past, that I should have concerns about at this point.
When you say you haven't been alerted, what was their answer specifically when you put that question to them?
That there is nothing that I need to be concerned about at this point.
And are you comfortable, are you satisfied that the key goals, the stretch targets in the visitor strategy 2030 about getting people here, that is the key criteria that's been used when it comes to recent decisions being signed off in the tourism portfolio?
I think that there are a number of different key priorities when we're looking at the events. Obviously, one of them, as you rightly say, is about getting people to New South Wales, whether it be from overseas, from interstate, or indeed from other parts of New South Wales, as we've discussed. Another is, of course, to send a very strong message that Sydney and New South Wales is open for business once again. Another is to support industries particularly that have been deeply and heavily hit throughout the COVID pandemic. So I see that there are a range of not mutually exclusive, but in fact
Minister, but I might put the question more gently, which is, are you comfortable that the recent decisions, particularly in the tourism portfolio, satisfy the objectives of the agency more broadly?
I have no reason to believe. I am not uncomfortable and have seen I've seen nothing to make me uncomfortable about the contention of the premise that you just asked.
Minister, have you been briefed about issues due to the Opera House renovation after a corridor was created between the concert hall and the drama studio, which are now causing nosebleed issues between the two event spaces?
Just give me a moment. I'll just zip over to my arts portfolio and I might ask, there we are. Hello. Hi. In fact, I might throw to the extremely competent and world-renowned expert and one of the finest creative leaders in the nation, Louise Heron, to talk about this exact issue.
Well, Ms. Heron, that's quite an introduction.
Well, it certainly is.
What can you tell us about this issue?
So I can tell you about this issue that, so it's the specific issue you're referring to is Fangirls, which was in the drama theatre, and the Sydney Symphony Orchestra was playing in the concert hall, and it is true that there was an unexpected nosebleed issue between the drama theatre and the concert hall, and what we did was to actually create two. First of all, we don't believe that there's ever been such a loud show in the drama theatre as Fangirls.
Have you seen it, by the way? It's excellent.
And so
but I'm on my way after that.
definitely. It's finished now.
Produced by Belvoir, by the way.
Belvoir. It had a long run, and So what we did when we got this issue, we were alerted to this issue. It wasn't actually that there was a noise bleed as such. It was that the seats were vibrating. Some of the seats in the concert hall were vibrating because of the noise in the drama theatre. So it actually wasn't noise bleed, it was vibration bleed. And so what we did was to create an A and a B version of the show. And the A version was played when the concert hall wasn't being used, and the B version was played in the other situation.
The A version was obviously much louder than the B
And it
version.
stopped, and it actually, we didn't have any problems after that, but it's an example of how meticulous we need to be, and it was done on a cue by cue basis. So you look at every single musical cue and you say, at what volume is that? And there's someone standing in the concert hall till 1 o'clock in the morning actually taking the readings. So it was adjusted as soon as we became aware of the issue. And so obviously it's something, it's never happened before, and what we need to establish is whether it's due to the improved acoustics in the concert hall, whether it's a byproduct of that. We don't believe that is the case, but it's certainly something that we need to be aware of because it's not acceptable. I mean, we previously had the problem from the studio to the concert hall, and we believe that problem has been fixed.
But part of it, I should say, is the very unique nature of this production. Fangirls is all about a very loud band playing, and it plays to the audience. The music is extremely loud, which is unusual, obviously, in that particular facility.
Minister, my question to you that I might repeat is, have you been briefed on this issue?
We've certainly had discussions about it, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And Ms Heron, just turning to some of those details,
I can give
what is the difference between the A and the B version of this show?
Oh, one is louder than the other. Specifically, the bass is louder in the louder version, obviously, and it was turned down. But also, obviously, everyone is very concerned about what happens at the Opera House, and we actually had fewer complaints once the noise was turned down from the people who were in the show than. We had more compliments about the show once it was turned down than in the previous version. So,
yeah, which is.
Yeah.
I think I saw the B version, by the way, and it wasn't like quiet. It was still extraordinarily.
Well, you saw it
in the B version of the show. How much are you, Ms Heron? In the B version of the show, how much are you turning down the bass?
I'd have to take that one on notice. Percentage-wise, decibel-wise, how can we best provide the answer?
I'd be happy with either.
Okay, sure.
Comfortable in either format,
okay,
actually.
Sure.
But this is an issue from the drama studio to the concert hall.
Drama theatre. That's the one at the end that the Sydney Theatre Company and others use. Yeah.
And you said before there had been an issue from the studio to the concert hall.
Yeah.
Just give us the background on that issue.
Well, the background on that issue is a structural issue that that the studio was actually, when this was going to be the multi-purpose hall, this was actually going to be the orchestra pit for the concert hall. And then this new space was made in I think it opened in about 2000, and the issue was the level of insulation that you could have between the studio and the concert hall because they were constructed as one.
So that's a historic issue.
That's a historic,
to 2000,
yeah,
not a part of the
actually it goes back to the 1960s because it's a structural issue. And what we did in constructing the concert hall, one of the things that we did was we removed all of the old concrete and put in the new stage risers, and there was a large focus on ensuring that to the extent that we could, that we would isolate the sound that came from the studio and the concert hall and vice versa, because equally if you have a very loud show in the concert hall, you don't want that to be bleeding into the studio because they're directly one on top of the other.
And on the contemporary issue, just to confirm though, it's a one-way vibration issue. You haven't had issues back the other way from the concert hall.
No, we haven't, but we have haven't fully tested that, so it's certainly something that we need to be aware of, because we haven't really had any very loud shows in the concert hall at the same time as a quiet show in the drama theatre at this stage. And it's not really until you're in a live production environment that you can really test it.
And one suggestion was that had come about as a result of some of the renovations. Is that a possibility here?
I can't say. It's something that we need to look at, whether it is a possibility. I don't believe that's the case, but we always need to look at all possible causes.
And what are the potential remedies now?
Turn one of them down. Just make sure that it doesn't.
Tell the performers to be quiet.
Just make not to be quiet, but that it's within. I mean, Fangirls was very loud.
I've been seeing shows at the Drama Theatre for the last 30 years, and I've never seen a louder show than Fangirls.
It was very
So
loud.
how loud are we talking here? What is now, in your view, the maximum?
Well, that's the decibel number that I will have to come back to you on. I don't know what that number is.
Yeah. So there has been an issue. It has impacted on programming.
One show has impacted. Yes, it's not an ongoing problem. It was fixed, and that show is finished. And it's something, obviously, that we will from now on ensure we're aware of.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Heron, for those answers. Do
you have any other questions for me? Because I'd love to go at lunchtime.
Yes. No. Well, we have. I should indicate to a range of the people here that we've agreed with the minister will release those people we can at the lunch break. So we hope to be able to indicate that at that time.
Thanks, Mr. Graham. Appreciate that.
That will not include the members of the government over here. Minister, I might turn to the art gallery.
Yeah.
Can you
Brand up here?
Can you tell us, firstly, the Sydney Modern, I think, is due to open on December 3, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Given the significant expansion this brings for the art gallery, what boost has there been to recurrent funding for the art gallery this financial year?
Mr. Brand, do you have those numbers? Or Ms. Foy? I don't know if Mr. Brand might have some numbers to you. I mean, I can say that the 2021-22 budget committed a total of $222.2 million to the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and recurrent funding for the Art Gallery increased by $8 million to a total of $63.8 million in 2021-22.
Sorry, to
$63.8 million, which is a 14.4% increase. And the funding boost reflected the increased operational costs which will be incurred by the Art Gallery owing to the owing to the planned opening of the new building. This increased in 2022-23 again, when the recurrent funding to the Art Gallery is $66.9 million.
66.9. Okay, so that's up about $6 million.
Yep. But Mr. Brand may have more comments to make.
Yeah, if I can add to what the Minister said, the operational funding has been ramped up over the past 4 years in light of the upcoming opening of the building. So we've been bringing additional staff on, for example, over those 4 years. And the figure I've got for FY23 is $71 million, but it's made up of a number of issues, including sort of cash flow issues with the construction. So it's not all actually operating budget. It's quite a complex mix of figures there.
So what I'm really interested in is what's the recurrent funding flowing from the government to the art gallery. Can you narrow it down between the $66.9 million from the Minister or your $71 million? What detail can you give us on that?
In terms of FY23, my figure for actual recurrent, which I guess would be sort of pure operational costs, is $41 million, and in the previous year it was $39.5 million.
I think what we're seeing here is that there are clearly a range of different definitions that are being caught up in what is recurrent. So, Mr. Graham, perhaps to alleviate any doubt, what we might do is to take this body of questions on notice. Ideally, we'll be able to provide more information by this afternoon so that you can drill down into that further. I'm conscious that there are different numbers floating about here.
No, and I'm happy to return to Mr. Brand on that question I will indicate I'm going to ask about the future years, not just this financial year, given that on December 3, the doors swing open.
Absolutely.
So I'm really interested in what that means for next year's budget. But, Minister, are you comfortable? I might ask you this before the official session.
Sure. So
are you comfortable that as this significant extension opens, significantly bigger workload, a significantly larger number of people coming through the facility, that the budget has increased to the extent it's required?
I am, and I haven't been advised of concerns to that budget. I think that Michael Brand and the team at the Art Gallery of New South Wales are extraordinary, and what they're doing in opening this new facility will be one of the greatest art museums in the world, I believe. When you look at the current space, when you look at the design, when you look at the programming, and when you add in this extraordinary oil tank gallery,
Minister, you're now moving somewhat.
No. But what this is so exciting, and it's so exciting for everyone in New South Wales.
I will read your media release closely.
But I don't think a media release can really convey the enthusiasm and the passion with which I feel.
12:45, you got an opportunity.
You're doing that adequately all on your own.
Okay.
I will turn briefly to the Powerhouse Ultimo, to the questions around the Transport, Flight and Space exhibition. There's been some publicity about what might happen here, some questions and concern about what happens with this long-standing exhibition. Can you tell us exactly what is the plan for the elements of this exhibit?
That specific exhibition, I can't, but I'm very happy to throw to Ms Havilah to provide those details.
Thank you, Minister. We currently are developing an exhibition showcasing the Catalina, and for the first time in 30 years, the Catalina will be lowered to the ground so it can be seen in a new perspective. We're working very closely with the family, who have donated extra objects from the family archive, which will tell new stories about that plane. So we're continuing to curate with the curatorial team across the museum new exhibitions that tells new stories around that space.
Ms Havilah, that's
and the Catalina is such an iconic piece. It's appropriate that there's an exhibition around it.
Yes, and that's the bit that has been public. My question is the question that's raised, which is what is happening to the other significant bits of the Transport, Flight and Space exhibition? What's their future? Where do they go?
So the government and the museum has made a commitment to retain permanently the Catalina on exhibition once the museum is renewed, alongside the Bolton and Watt and Loco number 1. We have over 300 very large objects, planes, cars, buses, which we will, that go right across space transport and transport generally. And we will continue to show those objects both at Powerhouse Parramatta and the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo.
So you've been clear on the Catalina. Of the other 300, what is their they'll be shown in future, but what's their immediate destination?
Well, they're on display in the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo.
Yeah, for how long?
Until we finalise the timeline for the renewal of Ultimo.
And what happens at that point? What's the current plan for that exhibit, those 300 objects, setting aside the Catalina?
And the Bolton and Watt steam engine and locomotive number 1, which we've also given the guarantee will stay.
Yeah, so we'll stay.
I just want to make it clear, it's not one, it's three. Three very large objects we've committed
to.
But
they won't be lowered. Yep.
Sorry, Ms Havilah.
We have an incredible collections team made up of conservators and registrars, and they are working on the plan to consolidate the collection at Castle Hill, and that development is moving into its final completion stages, and so the collection will be consolidated at Castle Hill, and there'll also be a plan that will be integrated into the renewal project around the relocation of those objects.
And when will they be in Castle Hill under the current plan?
We're still working through, the digitisation and relocation project is moving into its final stages, so the 384,000 objects which will...
I'm not asking about those, Ms Havilah, I'm asking about the Transport, Flight and Space exhibition.
We are still confirming the dates that the museum will close for the renewal. And so once we know those dates, we'll do a detailed timeline in relation to them.
Yeah, which that's a reasonable. So, but at the time it closes, Castle Hill, for the majority of these objects, barring the three the minister's talking about.
Correct.
They may then resurface either at Parramatta or Ultimo. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the team will continue to curate exhibitions across Parramatta and Ultimo, across both the applied arts and applied sciences.
Of the costs for the Parramatta build, how much of that is the cost of building Castle Hill or reworking Castle Hill?
I'll just find that number. Hang on.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'll have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I don't know if we can come back on that.
Yep.
Minister, I might just turn to the merger of Sydney Living...
Sorry, Mr Graham. Apparent...
You?
Yeah?
We'll take it.
We'll take another. Sorry.
Well, we'll come back to that in the officials session if that's okay. I mean,
that would be good. If we can get that information by this afternoon, that would be wonderful if we could.
Okay. I just want to turn to the State Archives merger with Sydney Living Museums and the creation of a Museum of History. What can you just take us through your understanding, Minister, of what will happen with the old Registrar General's building?
Oh, well, so the Registrar... Well, let me go back a step. As you know, we commissioned an inquiry under the leadership of former Prime Minister Paul Keating and former Lord Mayor Lucy Turnbull to look at the entire Macquarie Street East precinct and what we needed to do in terms of revitalising and honouring that extraordinary precinct. One of the things, for example, we've done is the upgrades to the State Library that's going on at the moment. Part of that is clearly the Registrar General's building, and we are looking at what the long-term future and home of the Registrar General's building will be.
And that's subject to a business case?
And subject to a business case, absolutely.
And that's $7 million, is that correct, for the business case?
I want to... Do we know?
Okay.
We'll take that on notice. And then at the moment what we've done is we have activated the site with RGB Creative, which has got 13, I believe, organisations and institutions, things like the Australian Theatre for Young People, Monkey Bar, House that Dan built, really where that's been activated now and to provide excellent homes for those organisations. I'm very excited about this building being a focus for creative purposes down the line.
So is it fair to say one of the options in that business case is this idea of having a Museum of History there on that site? That's one of the options being examined.
Look, I'm not going to comment on the business case because that's obviously cabinet in confidence, but clearly
we're at a very high level here.
Clearly there's been a lot of...
Is that one of the
Clearly
options?
there's been a lot of discussion about
I think
the potential future of the
on the
site.
public record, isn't it?
There's been a lot of discussion about the potential future of the site.
My real question is this, are there other serious options or is this heading down that path alone?
Oh, well, we'll just have to wait until the outcome of the final.
Well, can you confirm there's more than one option being considered in the business case? I
there have been a range of options that have been discussed, but
is the range bigger than one?
In terms of discussing the business case, I'm just not at liberty to do that, I'm afraid.
Business case aside, are you open-minded as Minister? Do you have more than one?
I am an open-minded Minister, Mr Graham.
Very good. I'm pleased to hear that. I might... what happens to what certainty do those 13 organisations have that are currently there as you're working through that process?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I think it's wonderful that we have a home for these organisations. Clearly, as you know, as you and I have discussed on numerous occasions, there are challenges in terms of space in Sydney for both housing creative organisations, for rehearsal space, for performance space. That's one of the reasons why we're focused on things like what we've done down in Walsh Bay, which is extraordinary in terms of building a whole precinct for cultural and creative organisations. it's certainly very much on my mind about what the home will be for these organisations, and if we can continue to provide assistance and support, we will look at what needs to be done. Ms Pittman might have further comments to make about this, but
we might come back to Ms Pittman in the official session, if that's okay. We're just starting to run short of time. I know that seems unbelievable.
It does.
But I might finally ask you before I hand to my colleague. You've said one of your highest priorities is, as you come into this role, is the future of the Roxy and the Minerva.
Oh, yeah, right.
Where are we up to on this? What action has occurred?
Yep, so in terms of the Roxy, it's an extraordinary...
I don't need to know about the building.
But it is.
I want to know what you have done.
We all love it. We all love it, Minister.
Yeah, I love it
we
too.
Do.
Yeah.
We do love it. Needs work.
It does need work. And we're looking at what can be done in order to ensure that the Roxy gets revitalised once again as a preeminent cultural venue in Parramatta. We haven't... There is nothing to announce per se, but I've obviously met with the action group. I've had discussions, significant discussions within government, including with Create New South Wales and in fact other agencies, to talk about the potential future for Roxy, and I'm conscious and focused on it, and committed to doing what I can to revitalising it as a cultural institution.
Thank you for that answer, Minister.
Is that a Mike Baird announcement? Sounds like a Mike Baird announcement to me.
Can you tell us, though, give us some sense, what can be done here? What are the options that government might pursue or might have open to it that you're weighing up as Minister when it comes to saving this valuable heritage theatre?
Oh, well, I'm considering a range of different possibilities, obviously.
Some sense of the options here that are available to government, not that you're
well, I'm working through the different possibilities. Obviously, there are
possibilities.
Well, I'm thinking it all through, and I'm not going to go into the individual discussions and possibilities that I've had in terms of government, but I think that there are some really interesting new funding streams that we are obviously we've both supported and initiated that potentially might be good opportunities, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm committed to ensuring positive outcomes for the live performance sector in New South Wales, and I'm examining the possible futures of the site. But I'm not going to.
So that question was what can be done.
I know.
Let me return to the other question.
I understand, but I'm not going to go down the path of saying here are 3 different potential options, because then inevitably after the election you'll ask me again, well, of those 3 options, what have you done?
I'm comfortable with the answer you've given. I'm returning to the question, what has been done? Your previous colleague, Minister Harwin, was an advocate for this idea, but never managed to really progress it. He was clearly in favour of doing something in both these locations. What assurance can you give us that thoughts, discussions, enthusiasm you've had will translate into action here? How likely is that as you sit there at the table as the Minister now?
I'm committed to it. Well, that's what I have to say.
As was, was your predecessor.
Indeed. But it's a challenge because it's in private hands. The site's in private hands. It's listed on the State Heritage Register. Clearly, they have a view, the owners have a view about what they want to do. In 2017, they submitted a development application to Parramatta Council about a 33-storey commercial tower above the Roxy. As you know, in 2019, the Land and Environment Court refused the application. Clearly, the current owners have a different view about the future of the site than I think many in the community, including the Action Group, including me, and frankly, if you don't mind me speaking for you, Mr Graham, including you, have in terms of what we would like to see in terms of the outcome of the site. I think it is an important heritage site. I think it should be revitalised as a cultural precinct and facility, and I'm looking at the options to see what I can do to achieve that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to get an update on how things are going at Cabbage Tree Island post-floods.
It's my understanding the government's committed $70 million to restore Cabbage Tree Island and work with the Aboriginal community. Is that correct?
No, not just for Cabbage Tree Island. That $70 million was to rebuild and repair Aboriginal housing broadly. Obviously, there'll
but
be...
that's outside. So, I mean, obviously,
yes,
there are
obviously a significant part of it will go to Cabbage Tree Island, but it's not, that $70 million isn't entirely focused.
Do you know what percentage is going to?
I don't know.
Are you able to tell me?
Well, no, I don't know. I mean,
take it on notice. Well,
yeah, I mean, this is obviously outside my remit, and this is the Emergency Services Minister. But I'm happy to see if I can find that out for you, of course.
And how? So there's obviously Jarlee Aboriginal Land Council, and there's the other Aboriginal communities. How are they being placed in terms of deciding how that $70 million is expended?
So again, this is work that's overseen by the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation, and it would be, it's my expectation that, of course, they'll be working closely with Jarlee, as they did when they put on a grants blitz session in July, which was to support a number of the residents in Cabbage Tree and in Ballina. Look, clearly we need to continue to work hand in hand, and Chris Binge has done an extraordinary job in terms of leading that community up there. And what I want is what the community wants, which is to rebuild all of the residences on the island so that the community can get back to their country as quickly as possible, and the government's committed to doing that.
And what role does your department have, or your office department have in the sort of ongoing consultation with the Cabbage Tree Island community?
Basically, we continue to work with Jarlee. The new Deputy Secretary has been up there to meet personally and to tour. To look at the devastation and to look at the damage. We continue to provide the support on the ground, or Aboriginal Affairs does, to support Aboriginal people and Aboriginal organisations to access flood recovery funds. Which,
so, for example, just as an example, which is not Cabbage Tree specific, but for example, the Koori Mail did an extraordinary job in Lismore, and it's my understanding, and I stand to be corrected, that some of the, some of that was funded, some of it was not, but that they've had to close some of the services that they were providing because they've been unable to access funding from the government. Are you aware of this?
Oh, I'm not. I mean, I provided, I talked to the organisation and the CEO. I ensured that we provided $40,000 to supporting the food, the equipment, and the ongoing support structures of the Community Recovery Centre. I mean, I visited there. It's
not denying your commitment, Minister. Just asking. I mean, as one of the most effective responses,
it's been extraordinary.
It perplexes me that all of the government structures that are put in place, all of the consultation that everyone says is undertaken, and all of the partnership approaches that are there, that Koori Mail still hasn't got the support they need to keep doing the incredible work in this very long recovery. I mean, as you know, Lismore is still a mess, and it's 5 years away from being completely restored, at least. So, there's community need there after the initial response.
And I've been advised that Aboriginal Affairs has been working directly with the Koori Mail, Koori Kitchen, I should say, which obviously, as you know, is run under the auspices of the Koori Mail, to ensure that they continue to provide the support that they need. I'm also conscious...
Sorry, so does that mean that you're giving them funding?
Well, I have given them funding.
Are you giving them more funding? $40,000 isn't very much, Minister.
But I'm open to providing whatever support is required. I've done this for arts and cultural organisations, and I'm doing this as well for Aboriginal organisations. I strongly welcome that discussion, and if more funding is required, then I'll make a personal commitment to doing all I can to get it.
Great, thank you. That would be very appreciated. So my understanding is, just going back to the Cabbage Tree and the $70 million, who's going to decide how that is spent?
Well, I assume it's the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation.
And does Aboriginal Affairs have any input into that?
So I'm not aware, but I'm happy to throw to either Michael or Tim if either of them have extra comments to make. Otherwise, we'll take it on notice.
Yeah, so it's being led by the Aboriginal Housing Office in collaboration with Aboriginal housing providers that are on the North Coast, and Jarlee included.
And so I suppose I'm trying to understand, obviously Jarlee have very clear, I mean, the housing issues elsewhere are also important, but I'm just trying to, there's an opportunity, if you're going to do a rebuild, there's an opportunity, and I assume the community has a lot of ideas about how they could build back better and, change, they're going to have to do it differently. How is that being, are you just sort of relying on the work that's just happening on the ground there with the authority? Is that the expectation of how that will be delivered?
Well, my view is that, of course, there must be genuine engagement and collaboration and with Jarlee, with Chris, with all Aboriginal people. And I mean, I've spoken to Mal Lanyon and he advises me that he is obviously engaged regularly with the community. I assume that's the same with Dave.
Yeah, my questions are there's no gotcha here.
Your premise is 100% right.
I'm just asking the question.
This has to be done with in full collaboration and cooperation with Aboriginal people and their communities. Absolutely.
Thanks. I mean, there's obviously real workforce shortage issues, and I'm being advised that the Bundjalung community have put forward a plan to address workforce shortages. Are you able to...
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I had an enthusiastic and effusive Kate Foy in my ear.
That's okay. Ms. Foy, did you have answers for me, or...?
No, we didn't hear the question because Kate was talking to me. Would you mind repeating?
That's okay. No. So my understanding is that the Bundjalung community have put forward a plan to address workforce shortages, obviously a huge issue in the recovery. Yeah. And I'm just wondering if you have any advice about what the government's response has been to that proposal, or if you're aware of the
Is this part of the Bundjalung Nation flood report?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so that's a really... there are some excellent recommendations in the report which the government's obviously considering. I know that there are two that are specifically relevant to Aboriginal Affairs, which is recommendation number 9, which is to develop a plan with traditional owners to plan and protect cultural heritage sites before, during and after natural disasters, which makes a lot of sense. And
I'm not sure how you deal with the land slips, but yes, it is right here.
Indeed,
Yep.
and clearly it's about maximising that. But second, a review of the New South Wales Aboriginal land rights legislation to improve and enhance resilience and capacity of local louks during time of disasters, both of which I think, without in any way preempting the government's response, those two fall under my jurisdiction, and both of which seem eminently sensible.
And what's the time frame for that response?
I don't know.
Take it on notice.
Do we, Mr. Cootes-Trotter, do you have?
No.
Sounds like it's a whole of government. Is it a whole of government?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We can take that on notice.
Would be great. Thank you. And again, this may not be directly directly your responsibility, Minister, but I'm wanting to know what work's being done in relation to flood preparedness for Cabbage Tree Island, given I assume more water is on its way.
Yeah, look, I can only assume that that, as for the entire region, are issues that are being considered. I just don't want to... I want to make a comment here, and that is that the devastation that was wrought was unprecedented. And, you know, the flood waters were 2.5 metres higher than they'd ever been. We have to do things in a different way, and that has to be hand in hand with community, but it has to be providing all the support that's needed. And I'm comforted about the level of focus and attention that the Premier and the Emergency Services Minister and the Deputy Premier have given it. But we can't take our foot off the pedal. And as you rightly point out, Ms Sharp, this is going to take years. And we need to be there for every second of that.
Thank you. Minister, the Office of Regional Youth.
I said there wasn't going to be a question, and here it is.
Well,
okay.
There you go. I wish I had to put some money on it. How many young people have you assisted in the last 12 months?
7 minutes to go.
how many young people have we assisted? Thousands. But I'm happy to
a little bit more
pass over to...
a little bit more accuracy about that would be
I'm happy to pass over to the head of the Office of Regional Youth, Julia Ryan, or in fact Chris Hanger, but probably Julia, to answer the question. But I mean, the sort of programs that we have in terms of...
I know that you love it. That's not what I'm asking.
I love it so much.
Yes, I know you love it so much. And again, at 12:45, you've got the opportunity to get Mr. Mallard to ask you how much you love it.
We have great programs through the Children and Wellbeing Recovery Initiative, through the Holiday Break program. But I'm happy to pass over to...
I don't doubt your enthusiasm, Minister.
Excellent. If Hansard could register that, that'd be great.
We have a lot of programs that directly impact young people. So our task force, we now have our third task force that are meeting with the Minister 4 times a year. There's 18 young people involved each year.
Sorry, Ms Ryan, to interrupt you. Can you just pull the microphone closer? Thank you.
Thanks. So that the task force engage directly with the Minister and provide input to be brought to government. We also run programs like the Holiday Break. The figures I have for summer, autumn and winter for 21-22 show that we had 32,672 young people participate over those holiday periods. We also are administering the Children and Young People Wellbeing Resilience program, and through that, at the moment, the figures that have been reported to us is 2,950 youth attendees at events through those programs. We're also running additional pilots where we're engaging with young people. So, for example, we've spoken before about the Dubbo Zoo program where we have...
Now, okay, Ms Ryan, we might just halt you there. The reason we're on the clock, we finish at 12:45, and Mr Graham's got some of the questions, but I will come back to you this afternoon.
Can I also give one final comment about...
No, you can't. Minister, I want to ask you about this question because I asked Mr Cox in the last session, and former Minister Harwin cut me off.
There were 2,000 young people
and told me to
engaged
ask
in the Regional Youth Insights report as well, which is excellent.
About this issue, which is the policy decision of the government that you can make as Minister to have a minimum fee for musicians when they play. Other states have signed up to this. What is your view? Is this something New South Wales can sign up to?
Just give me a moment. I've got that here.
It's not, I can't remember it.
40. Sorry, there's a crossover between tourism and the arts, and it's
just behind you, I think. Yeah.
Right, so...
Is it a yes?
Thank you for the question, and I'm happy to provide the following information. The New South Wales Government's committed to the fair and equitable payment to artists for their work. This includes performances by musicians, songwriting, composition and recording. Create New South Wales grant application forms require applicants to acknowledge that they are paying at industry rates as required by awards or best practice standards. If they're not, they must provide an explanation. The Australian Government Fair Work Ombudsman sets out the minimum pay rates for musicians through the Live Performance Award 2020. The Live Performance Award sets out the minimum hourly rates for the weekly and casual musicians, including musicians whose weekly employee hourly rate is $42.97, casual hourly rate is $53.71. Musicians required to accompany artists, weekly hourly rate, employee hourly rate is $45.23, casual hourly rate is $56.54.
I'm broadly familiar with those,
I'm almost there. It's just I think it is important to get it on the record. And principal musician, weekly employee hourly rate is $50.46, casual hourly rate is $63.08. APRA AMCOS manage royalty payments when businesses and organisations use artists' music. They also manage licensing arrangements, including broadcast, digital and recording.
This is sounding like a no.
No, I said create New South Wales grant application forms require applicants to acknowledge they're paying at industry rates as required by awards or best practice standards.
So, Minister, isn't the issue this? This is the difference between being paid the award rate or being paid a minimum fee. You've done the practice, you've lugged the equipment there. You might get the $42 or the $50 that you've just talked about rather than the minimum $250. Will you have a look at this issue of a minimum $250 fee for musicians that other states have committed to?
I am committed to supporting performing artists and creatives in this state.
This is not our state
No, I'm
policy.
actually about to answer the question in the way that I suspect you'll be happy with. I have been in all areas, whether it be visual artists or writers or film people involved in film. And I acknowledge the extraordinary work that people in the music industry do and the upheaval they've gone through over the last 3 years. I am happy to commit today to you, Mr. Graham, to have a look at this issue in depth and to continue to work with you on it. It's important. I understand that it's not an unreasonable request. I don't know what the unintended consequences are going to be, and obviously we need to consider what that means in terms of government. And we don't want, for example, an unintended consequence that it in fact stops people being employed because there's a small...
Can I put one final question to you, Minister, as I encourage you to stop while you're ahead?
I understand.
I just want to put to you the important release of the Music Review. This issue looked at, this report looked at bullying and sexual harassment in the industry. It's an industry that clearly needs to change.
Absolutely.
That's been the view of the Parliament.
And you and I talked about it, and in a bipartisan way we both
I just
supported
invite you to place any views you'd like to on the record.
I note this report was released, Raising Their Voices was released relatively recently. I have read it. I think it makes some findings of significant concern, which are disturbing. I make the commitment that if the government the government is open to discussions to what we can do to assist in terms of the implementation of those recommendations and findings. But of course, what this needs to be driven by, first and foremost, is a desire to change the culture from within.
Minister, thank you for that answer. Is there a period where both Parramatta Powerhouse and the Ultimo Powerhouse will be closed, and is that a 12-month period based on the answers you've given earlier today?
I think so, but I am going to ask Ms Havilar if she can answer that. I have it in here somewhere, but Lisa will know off the top of the head.
We are still, as you know, we are in the middle of a design competition to appoint the design team for Ultimo. Once that design team is appointed and we have the concept plan signed off, we'll be able to, with our partners, Create New South Wales and Infrastructure New South Wales, put together the delivery timeframe for that project. Then we will know when we'll need to close Ultimo and deliver that project. So at this point in time, it's not known exactly.
So the precise timing is unclear, but it is clear that there will be this crossover period where neither is open. Do you think that's a fair comment, Ms Havilar?
Potentially there will be a short period where Ultimo is closed and we're preparing to open Parramatta. What is really exciting is that we'll have Castle Hill opened and we'll deliver quite an extensive program through that new facility, and we'll also during that time deliver a range of regional and digital programs.
Thank you. We might return to that issue in the official session.
Any questions from the government?
Chance.
Well, Ms Sharp invited us to ask questions. My only question will be to the Minister. Is there anything you'd like to return to that you were cut off on by Mr Graham and Ms Sharp and elaborate on with your enthusiasm?
You know, I appreciate very much the question, but I don't feel like I've been cut off at all. I think it's been a robust and important exchange of views and, frankly, been one of the more delightful experiences of my ministerial career.
It could be more directly relevant to my question.
I would ask, though, if there is the potential to release any of the witnesses that may not have questions asked of them in the afternoon, it would be wonderful if we were able to know that.
Just give us 2 seconds.
Yeah, we might... that's all right.
Try and work that out.
Future's being sorted out now.
If there's any inducements or blandishments we can offer you.
Keep him.
Okay, Mr. Cooper,
Where did we land on that? Sorry.
Well, no, we're going to probably let you go and let us have
and then you're going to have a chat. Okay,
and then
excellent.
Tell you.
Thank you.
Sorry,
I appreciate
we weren't going to have that conversation with all of you.
Fair enough.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So thank you, Minister, for your attendance this morning. We're now finished with your questioning. Everybody else, subject to being notified, will be back at 2 p.m. after the lunch break. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue our questioning this afternoon, starting with the opposition.
Thank you.
Starting with the opposition, ending with the opposition.
Yeah, stuck with us. Mr. Cox, I wanted to ask you about the international offices for Destination New South Wales. And I just wanted to confirm that there are 13 offices, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, Ms. Sharp.
And what's the budget for the operation of those offices?
The budget spent across the 13 overseas offices in FY22 for all costs was 2.9 million. The budget was the actual spend, and in FY22 the budget allocated to those 13 offices was 3.3 million.
And what does that cover?
The officers' travel, salaries, any cost associated with the work that they do in those markets.
And so within the offices, so are the costs for the offices separate to that, like the rent and those?
It's inclusive. So most of our offices are co-shared. So with Tourism Australia in particular.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Are you considering additional offices in India?
No, we're not considering additional offices in India. We, as I recollect, are co-sharing in India with Investment New South Wales, is my recollection, for the Indian office in Mumbai.
Right, okay. So they've gone into the new New South Wales office. Thank you. Are you able to, so who's the most senior person in the destination offices overseas?
The country managers.
Country managers. How much are they paid?
I would need to take that on notice.
I'm happy for it to be a band. I'm not actually asking for everyone's individual salary.
Again, I'm sorry, I don't have that. I mean, I may have it to hand if you give me one moment. If I can take it on notice for the moment, Ms. Sharp, and perhaps I can answer it. I'll see if I can get an answer for you in the meantime.
No, that's fine. Here you go.
Turn back to those questions. Firstly, about the Indigenous Cultural Centre. So thanks for all your return. And we're essentially looking to work through some very similar issues, but just in slightly more detail this afternoon. We'll also indicate that where we can deal with issues and then release officials, will do that as well to the extent we can this afternoon. So turning to the Indigenous Cultural Centre, and I think, Ms. Foy, is this to you? Is that? It's
probably shared between Annette and I, but me in the first instance, yes, thank you.
Great. So can you give us any more... so the Minister gave a range of views about that, accepting all those things on the record. What can you tell us about the nature of the transformation that's got to take place given what's in existence at the moment at the Museum of Sydney?
So the transformation from the Museum of Sydney through to a dedicated centre?
Yeah, precisely.
It's probably more a question for the Chief Executive of Sydney Living Museums, but I can say that process has commenced, and as the Minister said this morning, he expects it to be about a 6 to 12 month transition. The other point I would make is that it doesn't mean a transformation or a transition doesn't mean you strip out everything that's in there at the moment, but you may bring a First Nations lens to telling a story, say, for example, a story of the First Fleet. You may bring, the Sydney Living Museums may bring a lens around that first contact from an Indigenous point of view. Anything in detail I'm very happy to take on notice and come back with quite a bit more. It's because it's a matter of programming. The other point I'd make is around the budget, relevant to budget estimates, is the Sydney Living Museums has an operating budget, as it does for all its locations. They plan as part of their forward programming to have different types of programming. So that is why its current budget can accommodate change and doesn't necessarily need an additional budget. It certainly hasn't been identified as requiring additional budget.
So I think you're confirming the issue that the Minister indicated, but really said he'd take on notice, that there is no additional
It's currently
budget.
It's currently out of its current operating budget, and my understanding, my advice today is that's what they're planning on the basis basis of. So, and that, again, that transition is about 6 to 12 months.
And acknowledging that, you accept that this is quite a different proposition to what might have been possible or might have been planned in those concept designs at the Barangaroo space. Particularly, the bit I think we would highlight is the idea of a performance space of 500 or 600 people, perhaps welcoming international visitors to experience Indigenous culture in Sydney. That is not the sort of activity that would be possible in the more limited space in the Museum of Sydney. Is that a fair comment?
I think the point I'd make there is that each location, each facility will have a different type of operation and a different type of offering, a cultural offering. Barangaroo and the future of the Cutaway doesn't preclude it from having First Nations exhibitions or activities there in a broader civic context. It's the same as the work that Dr. Brand is doing at the Art Gallery and some dedicated space to Indigenous art. It doesn't preclude a broad range of offerings, the Australian Museum, Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences and the like. Of course, at the Museum of Sydney, it will have it's a specific space with a specific type of focus, and through the partnership with the Languages Trust, the Aboriginal Languages Trust, they will work together on what that future programming would look like. I might also say to the Cutaway, I would like, if it's with your permission, to take some information and come back on notice. The 2014 report that Ms Sharp was talking about, what I want to clarify is what was the nature of that work that was actually national, because I think you referred to the national Indigenous organisations and some national bodies. I do want to confirm what in that was national and part of the federal government's approach, and what was the role of the New South Wales government, because I think there's some complexities there that I wouldn't mind teasing out for the benefit of the committee.
And accepting all that background, which was actually quite useful, I'm simply asking the question that obviously these are different plans. If this is to be the dedicated Indigenous Cultural Centre for Sydney or for the state, it won't include a performance space for 500 or 600 people where you might welcome visitors either to Sydney to Sydney from either around the state, interstate or internationally. That just wouldn't be possible in this particular space, the dedicated space that's now being considered.
I suspect the size of it would preclude a certain scale of audience, but I'm happy to come back with advice from Sydney Living Museums on what type of programming could be there, as well as what type of performance or cultural activities could be performed. Also recognising that he's on a broader there's a forecourt and just how that all might work. I'm just not aware off the top of my head. I'm sorry, Mr. Graham. But certainly the Cutaway would present a different type of experience.
Yeah. And I was just slightly unclear after the exchange, although that was really because of the shortness of time, about what happens to the existing assets of the museum, it's had some exhibitions which have been ongoing. What are they simply reinterpreted, or are they abandoned, or what happens with those
again,
in this transformation?
I'm not across the detail of the programming. I know from a brief conversation with Sydney Living Museums, there can be one can interpret, or the museum can interpret some exhibitions through a different lens, but I'm happy to come back with some detail, and if they have detail about any programming that they might be planning, I'm also very happy to come back if that's appropriate.
Thank you. And acknowledging you may want to come back on notice, this is a question really for the Sydney Living Museums, but the plan for the Museum of Sydney had been to have visitation at 100,000 by 2022, by this year.
Yeah.
Obviously COVID's intervened, so I'm not critical of the fact that we're not there, but visitation, total audience reach was just 32,000 in the last report. Perhaps on notice, or anything you can add now, what are the plans now to readjust? Is that goal of 100,000 visitors now in reach? What's the plan? What has been the readjustment in the hopes for what visitation at this site might reach.
I'm happy to give some general comments. Some advice that came through today, and I wish to validate it, is that the visitation, I think I had some figures somewhere from about 2016 through to 2019, and they hover year on year anywhere between kind of, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000 visitation a year. In 2020, that period affected by COVID, there was large closures, so the site was closed for a period of months, as well as having some, COVID-safe rules around social distancing, having a shortened week. So I think for some period of time it was open about 4 days a week. Those numbers, the visitation numbers, were lower. I will test with SLM what their target is around future visitation, as you pointed out, and just confirm that what their figures are for their aim for 2022 to 23, 24. But I think the history of it shows that there was quite, good, strong visitation, and I'll test, what their plan is to get to that level, if not higher, in the future years.
Great, thank you. Mr. Brand, I might turn to you on those questions about the gallery as the doors swing open on December the 3rd. I'd just invite you firstly to tell us any details about the funding that you'd like to place on the record, what you've got at the moment, what you will get over coming years.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's important to keep in mind that essentially the Archaeology of New South Wales is a public-private partnership.
Sure.
So in terms of operating budget, for our general operations, it's a mixture of state recurring funds and also self-generated funds, whether it's commercial activity, sponsorship,
and
donations.
I will just say that's exactly why I'm asking, because normally it's a lot with the budget sector agencies, it's a lot easier to tell just from the budget what's going on. So it's exactly why I was keen for you to detail it and maybe disaggregate it a little.
Yeah, good, thank you. And then also for the actual Sydney Modern project itself, a $344 million project with $244 million provided by the state. I think it's through the Restart funds, if I'm not mistaken. And then a pledge by us to raise $100 million privately, which that's a target. We've gone over a bit to about $109 million. So it's actually quite a complex budget. You think one of our main activities is art acquisitions. We haven't received any state funding for art acquisitions since 1991. So that's all private philanthropy. So it's a PPP, but different levels of mixture for different sort of activities. Yeah. And the annual budget, the budget we talked a bit about before lunch, it's a particularly complicated one this year because it has COVID recovery funds, cash flow, and then if you go to the bigger budget, then you've got the actual capital works money for the Sydney Modern project, maintenance funds. So it's a complex
narrow it down a little bit? Yeah. I'm not interested in the capital works to do with the Sydney Modern. I think a lot of that's on the public record.
It is.
The public question is this: as that opens, will there be the recurrent funding, the recurrent support in order to take advantage of the potential of this site? The potential's massive.
Yeah.
Are we prepared, and I'm going to turn to some other questions on this, but are we prepared firstly from a financial point of view to take advantage of that?
Yeah, exactly. With the business case of Sydney Modern project, it's very clear we need an activated building to meet our targets. This year is probably our most complex budget ever because we opened the new building halfway through the financial year. But as I said this morning, the government has ramped up its contribution each year for the last 4 or 5 years, and we are now up at that higher level. And we have funding to open the building as planned and to run the expanded building from the expanded campus from December the 3rd and provide the experiences to our audiences here that we had promised. One other side issue is we've decided to have the whole campus free of charge when we open. So we normally have, as you're aware, I think possibly aware, we have that Sydney International Arts Series each summer with a ticketed exhibition. This summer we will not be doing that in a way. The whole thing is a blockbuster, it's free of charge.
Yep. So you've ranged freely there. I'll bring you back to my question, which is how much government funding have you got for the operations in this financial year?
I think the actual number for this financial year for recurrent expenditure is $41.8 million. But again, It's a very complex budget to, if you include art acquisitions, then that would be more and things like that.
Well, I'm happy for you to be as specific as you want, but I want to understand what is the step up in the budget. So that is lower than the broader figure that the Minister was talking about and you mentioned, but you would describe that as it's operational funding on a recurrent basis from the government. Yep. And what is that over the next couple of years as you open?
We have this has been set for this financial year, but for the future financial years, as always, we are in discussion with the government about what the specific costs will be for those years. That's still always under negotiation, under discussion, I should say.
Okay, so there's no commitment in the budget at the moment for any increase on that beyond the 41.8.
Yeah, my understanding is we've hit that extended level, and that's the level we will then stay on unless we can have a reason to, through discussions, to modify that. And
how does that compare to last year, to 21-22, for example?
I think perhaps the easiest way of understanding that is in the forward estimates that were given 4 or 5 years ago, with that ramp up over 4 years. I think the first year was something like $700,000, went up to about $1.6 million, then $6.7 million, and then it was going to be $13.4 million extra in the year we opened. I mean, extra directly related to running the expanded museum. That level of I think it was for 6.7, we remained on that for 2 years. Because remember, originally, like 5 years ago, the thought was to open in 2021, our 150th anniversary. But by about 2016-17, it was clear that it was going to be 2022. So we sort of had 2 levels, 2 years at 6.6. And again, in the most broad stroke manner, we're up to about the 13.4 this year.
Right, okay. So what you're saying is that before that ramp-up started, the funding was much closer to about $28 million a year.
Yeah, we had figures like 23, 25. It just varies so much year by year. But that's you're in the ballpark.
Yeah. Okay. No, I appreciate it, and that's helpful. As you pointed out, this financial year the doors will swing open just for half a year, and you'll receive $41.8 million. Next year you'll be operating this space for the whole year for 12 months, double the amount. But the operational funding stays at $41.8 million. What position does that leave you in?
That is my understanding, where we would stand. But again, we are in discussions with the government about issues just like that. The other issue we talk about is projections pre-COVID. We have assumptions for example, self-generated revenue that were made 4 or 5 years ago with the business case. We are closely monitoring how that's working. In some areas it's working, like this current Archibald, we met targets, but we can't presume that every target will be exactly the way we had expected a number of years ago. So that is what we talk to the government about.
And are you confident, given your role, that you will be able to operate this space to the potential that the building really deserves to be dealt with?
Look, I'm confident, and I have to say I'm an optimistic person by nature. But it is very complicated, and we are in discussion with the government as always about the coming years. But I think we're starting from a very good position.
All right. Well, let me put the question to you just slightly more, slightly differently, Mr. Brand and Dr. Brand. This is a remarkable building. It's very important to Sydney that it opens and reaches its potential. Are you confident it will reach its potential with the resources you've got?
Yes.
And what is your plan as the doors swing open to make sure that this space does reach its potential, and in particular brings people to Sydney to come and see this space, see what's in it, crucially, both from around the country and around the globe?
I'd say there are 2 main areas there I want to mention. One is, of course, once the doors open and the building is, the construction is pretty much complete, but once the doors are open, it is all about the program that we put in the building. It's the art we put on the walls, it's the public programs we run, it's the way we reach out to community, whether we're reaching out to people on our campus here in Sydney or whether throughout the rest of the state through extension programs or whether it's online. We have to have a art program, an activation program, second to none. The other thing we have to do is raise general awareness of the gallery, both nationally and internationally. And we have to say we do work very closely with Destination New South Wales on that front to ensure that we bring in cultural tourists to Sydney and New South Wales. My understanding is that cultural tourists in general spend more per head per day than other sorts of tourists. So anything we can do to bring in more cultural tourists, we'll be working very, very hard to do so. But again, you do have to have the great programs, the exhibitions, the collections, and the talent to drive that. I'm very lucky I have a fantastic staff.
Thank you. We might turn to some other questions. I think, unless the government have got questions for Dr. Brand, that's the end of...
No, that's fine.
So I think you're free to leave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attendance today.
Thank you for your interest. Thank you for
If
support.
I think you did take some questions on notice, so the team will be in touch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask some more questions about Cabbage Tree Island and the funding that's going there. And I'm hoping that you can unpack some questions I've got about this. There's no gotchas in it. It's just trying to understand where the money's going. So I've got information that says that the $70 million that we were talking about with the minister earlier today, that's for housing, and that is a rebuild, and that's for the rebuild of housing. Is that and that's funded by state and federal government?
Certainly, I can confirm the former. It's $70 million to fund rebuild and repair of Aboriginal housing. I don't know if it's jointly funded by the Commonwealth. Look to my colleague, Mr. Ireland.
Because I've also got, just to give you context, that you might be able to unpack it for me.
$70 million of state funding, and there is another $50 million in joint funding for Aboriginal community infrastructure, which is joint between New South Wales and the Commonwealth.
Yes, this is all right. So the 70 million is state, and it's for housing only, and it's not just for Cabbage Tree Island. Is that correct? Right. Do you know why Jarlee Aboriginal Corporation seems to believe that that $70 million is for Cabbage Tree only?
No, I don't. Tim, any? Sorry, it's not a hospital pass. It's just genuine curiosity.
No, we wouldn't have that information.
Right. So, my understanding is that there's been information provided to the Minister's office seeking some action around this, which sounds different to me than the document and the sort of whole of government plan that the Minister referenced earlier today. You're all looking blankly at me.
Yeah,
if you're not aware of it, that's fine. I might take it up separately because there's not much point asking you about something that you don't know much about. But, I mean, obviously my concern is that my understanding is that Jarlee's believes that the $70 million for the rebuild of Cabbage Tree Island. Do you have any information on how much that's going to cost? How much the rebuild of Cabbage Tree is? What work's been done on that?
No, I don't.
No,
Tim?
No, not broken down.
And how many houses do you believe that the $70 million is going to rebuild?
Happy to take that on notice. I mean, that'll be kind of a function of what can be achieved by the Aboriginal Housing Office in conjunction with Aboriginal community housing providers.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
So everybody brings some of their own assets to it as well as the additional money. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right, I might pursue some of that on notice if that's unclear. Can I just go back to Ochre? How many regional alliances are there?
Okay. I think we've got that. Either Tim or I will be able to give you that information. This is a assessment centre task, Tim. Who gets there first? There are currently 8 alliances actively participating in local decision-making in New South Wales.
And was each of those supposed to have operate under an accord?
That was the model, yes.
How many of them actually formally signed an accord?
Just reading, I can take that on notice. Let me take that on notice for you, Ms. Sharp.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask you about the closure of the reparations scheme.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm moving on very quickly.
Yep.
So my understanding is that the reparations scheme closes in June next year. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Are you able to give me some information, obviously you can take it on notice, in relation to how many people per year the scheme has assisted since its inception?
Yes, we can take that on notice unless you've got that information to hand.
No, we'll take on notice.
And my interest is in, I suppose, what communications are there around the changes to the scheme?
Yeah, that's a good question. Tim, do you know?
Not offhand. We'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. That's fine.
I can tell you, I can't give you the yearly figure. I can give you the total figure of stolen generation survivors who'd received reparations.
Yep. As
at 30 June 2022.
Yep.
That was 900 people, totalling $67.5 million, with an additional $6.1 million paid in funeral assistance.
And what is the estimated number of people from the stolen generations who are actually eligible for these payments? Not who's applied.
No, I don't
know how many people we have in New South Wales?
No, I don't have that number.
And just to check, the 6.5 million, which is the funeral costs, that's the 7,000. Has that been $7,000 the whole time of the program?
At $6.1 million.
Sorry, 6.1.
Look, I'm sorry, I don't know that. Tim, do you?
7,000 funeral assistance fund payment.
Yeah. So has it always been 7,000 across the? I'm trying to understand how many funerals it's paid for.
We'll have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to closing the gap. So,
yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Allen. Can you just explain to me? I think I kind of got it, but can you explain to me what the architecture within government is for delivering on the targets?
So we've established a 3-tiered governance structure. We have a New South Wales Joint Council on Closing the Gap, and that's co-chaired by the Minister, Franklin, as well as the co-chair of the Coalition of Aboriginal Peak Organisations. The members of that group include the Secretary of DPC and Coalition of Aboriginal Peak Organisation members, and they come together on a quarterly basis. Supporting that group is the New South Wales Partnership Working Group, and that consists of Deputy Secretary level or Executive Director level from each government cluster, as well as Coalition of Aboriginal Peak Organisation members. We also have representation from the New South Wales Coalition of Aboriginal Regional Alliances sitting on this group, as well as other stakeholders, Aboriginal stakeholders that might be invited from time to time. Over the last 12 or so months, we've established 13 officer-level working groups focused on each of the 17 socio-economic targets, as well as the 5 priority reforms in New South Wales. And that just takes it down another tier, focused on specific initiatives for development.
That's happening at agency level, is it?
Yeah.
So, for example, children in out-of-home care sits within DCJ. Is that right?
That's right.
But each of those groups is co-led.
Yeah.
By an Aboriginal controlled organisation and state government agency.
So, for example, just using this as an example, because I'm most familiar with it. So, for First Nations children in out-of-home care in the child protection system, is the co-chair of that someone like ABSEC, or who is the co-chair?
So there's a families officer level working group that has responsibility for that particular target. It's co-chaired by ABSEC and I believe the Deputy Secretary in Department of Community Justice.
I'm happy for you to take this on note. I'm just not... would you be able to provide that to the committee?
Yeah.
Just across all of them, I think is actually very interesting.
No, I should just signal as well that the Joint Council commissioned a health check on the partnerships. So it's quite an elaborate architecture. It's been in place for a little while. Is it too much, too little, or just right? And that the result of that review is going to the next Joint Council meeting, I think, in September.
Yep.
Great. And how, and within government, I mean, my understanding is that the Premier has made the Close the Gap targets, I suppose, part of the, I forget what they call them.
Charter letters.
Charter letters, that's right, the charter letters that are given to each of the ministers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is there I mean, does the Cabinet mirror, like, is there a Cabinet committee that's dealing with this at ministers' level?
There's not a standalone Cabinet committee, but reports on progress are, I was going to say regularly, but reasonably regularly provided to Cabinet.
Is that, but not through the committee system, it's just part of the role.
Cabinet.
I mean, obviously not asking you to tell me too much. I know you're not allowed to.
But it's also bureaucracy is embedded in the way we make decisions. So if you're putting a proposal forward, you've got to identify a range of things about the proposal, and one is the extent to which it links to achieving closing the gap targets or Premier's priorities or other outcomes.
And to go back to my questions from this morning, I mean, obviously, and I'm just pointing to two, which would be the Premier's priorities within that. There's been a lot of, I mean, they've been in place.
Yep.
2017. I know that there's been a lot of work. I mean, they used to sort of be, as I understood it, that was sort of where secretaries were held to account. Their KPIs included the Premier's priorities in the way that they were reported as well.
Yeah.
So how are you bringing over the two, just using the two that we used this morning as examples, how do they fit into this new structure?
So, just to your line of questioning this morning, I guess my observation about the iteration of various things is the Premier's priorities are very much non-Aboriginal people setting targets, and the closing the gap targets is common with some of those targets and very different with others, and that's a function of Aboriginal people leading.
So, I mean, the school attainment one, I assume, is pretty, everyone wants that, but obviously the re-reporting one is not one that Aboriginal organisations, they're far more concerned about child removals and preventative work in the first place.
Or the priority reform areas, which are, fundamental reforms to the way government works with Aboriginal people and communities. So I think it looks a bit messy, but it's a maturation, perhaps, rather than just a sort of endless iteration.
Very positive way of putting it.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that I agree, but that's okay. So I've got some...
Should
you to go for a bit and then we can talk. We've got plenty of time. That'll help.
Very good.
If I can just jump in, Ms Sharp. There are 7 regional alliances, 7 accords that have been signed since the program has commenced.
There's
so the one Barang is the one that doesn't have an accord in place.
Yep.
And probably it has agreements with agencies, and perhaps that will be the mechanism of commitment.
Yeah, great, thank you.
I just want to turn back to those questions about the powerhouse budgets. Before I do that, I might just check, were there any of the issues that were taken on notice this morning that any of the officials would like to update on?
Just in terms of SLM and the visitation numbers, the advice that I have received is that they are trending, the target is still 100,000 visitors, but based on their July and August visitation, which was 26,000 people. They're on track, and if one was to extrapolate that, they're well on track to meet or exceed that. So I just wanted to
2022, yeah. Great, thank you. Any other updates? If not, I might ask about the powerhouse budget. So we might start, I think, perhaps with Ultimo. That was the one that we had the most detail about. So I think we agreed, I'm just really confirming this, that in this year it's just over $4 million in this financial year, and then in the 4 years of the forward estimates, a total of 179.5 million. Is that correct? Great.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the balance of the 500 million is just in the out years before 2028, when Treasury expects this to finish, noting all the uncertainties that you took us through this morning.
That's correct, yeah.
When turning to the budget for Parramatta and Castle Hill, that is, so $278 million has been spent, 246 is committed in this financial year. What's the total in the forward estimates?
I haven't got that. I can't remember. The total budget for Parramatta and Castle Hill, which also includes other costs, including the collection, digitisation and relocation project, is $840 million in total. But in terms of breakdown of that budget, we're happy to take that on notice and give you those details.
Right, so $840 million in total.
Yep.
And
of that, the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences has pledged to raise $75 million through philanthropy.
Okay.
And we're in the second year of a 4-year philanthropy program.
Great, so I'll come back on that. So of the remainder, so that is the 840 million minus the 75 you're hoping to raise through philanthropy, that should be in the budget estimates, presumably, given you're looking to conclude this.
Sorry, may I just correct?
Sure.
Maybe a misunderstanding there. Maybe I didn't articulate it very well. The government commitment is 840,
right,
and on
okay.
top of that,
is the 75.
Yes,
great.
yep,
okay,
yep.
That's really helpful. Yeah. Okay, so of the we will have spent by the end of this year $524 million. So can I conclude that the remainder of the $840 million, that is 840 minus 524, will be in the budget? It's in the forward estimates, it's budgeted for? Yep.
That's correct.
But you'll take on notice the timing of that, in which financial year it's timed, although hopefully very soon is the answer, looking at the timelines you took us through.
That's correct,
beforehand.
Yes.
Thank
yep.
you. Of the $840 million, you took on notice to tell us, perhaps in this session, what amount was allocated to Castle Hill. What's that amount?
I can take that one. So the Castle Hill budget is embedded within the broader budget for Powerhouse Parramatta. So we'd like to take it on notice just so that we can extract it out properly, rather than trying to do it quickly on the fly.
Ms. Pittman, I'm not entirely happy with that. This is budget estimates, and this is a key project. I would have thought it's a relatively simple question, isn't it? Isn't this something that it would just be part of your overall planning for the project?
It is, but because both of those projects are happening in parallel, there are a number of things that, like staffing, for instance, for our teams, that go across both of those projects that sit within that project budget. So if I were to provide you with an accurate assessment of the cost of Castle Hill, we would just need to do the work to.
Look, I think that is a reasonable answer, that some of those costs on staffing you should carefully attribute, and I'm happy for you to do that on notice. For the capital cost alone, though, that shouldn't be that complicated. What's the difference here just on the capital side between these two projects? what is the proportion allocated to Castle Hill?
The staffing costs are provided in the capital budget as well. So that's the work that we need to do, sorry.
So I'm happy for you to take staffing aside. The other costs though, construction, refurbishment, this must be known here, your budget estimates.
Yes, bear with me 1 minute.
Maybe if they could come back at the end of the session with that, if they can find.
Yeah, I'm happy to pause, and as soon as they're ready to respond on that, I'm happy to come back to it. I think it'd be fair for people to have a bit of time to sort through, but I do think that's a reasonable issue to press on. And separately, secondly, I might put this to you at the same time. What are the digitalisation programs costs as a breakout of that?
I'm happy to answer that. The total collection, digitisation and relocation project is 65.7 million. 65.7.
And is that something that's a one-off? Is that how you think about it? Is it a one-off, or is this, presumably this will also be a bit of an ongoing program, but this is a one-off digitisation in the way you're describing it?
Yeah, so the project, which we've been delivering over the last 3 years, we're just in the final year this year, will capture 384,000 objects from our collection, but it's not just the digitisation, it's the assessment, packing, digitisation and relocation of each of those objects.
Yeah, which is obviously very complex. So that 65.7, that's allocated in this financial year, given the timelines you're working to, is that correct?
No, it has actually gone across 3 financial years.
Right, okay, yes, but it will, this will be the last financial year that's relevant, is that?
That's correct.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Just, I can give you the construction contract award amount for Taylor Constructions, a builder for Castle Hill. So it's 24,467,396.
463, I think you said 24,463.
24,467,396.
Thank you. And what, I really appreciate you giving that answer. Can you just give me some sense of what's not in that might be attributed to Castle Hill? The staffing, I think that makes common sense. Anything else?
That would not include the design costs. It wouldn't include the staffing, as we said, and I believe the land acquisition isn't in that number as well.
Sorry, the
land acquisition.
Land acquisition. What is the land acquisition cost?
Off the top of my head, I can't. I can try and get it to you for the end of this session.
I think the other two, if you could come back and attribute on notice. I would have hoped the land acquisition would be known at this point in the cycle. So I think if you could tell us that now, but then the other two matters, I think it would be appropriate to take away and attribute and then come back on notice. Thank you for those. I might keep going through some powerhouse. Yeah, great. Does the Ms. Havilah, the fit-out process you were describing, is that all included in the budget? That is the $840 and the $75 million. That's all. None of that's additional. Those additional processes are all budgeted for in that that total, aren't they?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
And then you talked about the philanthropy, the fundraising. Just tell us, I want to come back to that point, how are you travelling on those targets?
So I'm happy to let the committee know that at the beginning of year 2 of the 4-year project, we have reached we've achieved $46 million contribution, and that is a number of incredible partnerships that will really not only contribute to the development of the museum, but can contribute to ongoing programs. If I may, I'll take you through each one of those.
Yep.
The first one is a partnership with the Langwalker Family Foundation to establish the Langwalker Family Academy, which is a 60-bed academy where we'll have over 10,000 young people a year come and stay from across regional New South Wales and Western Sydney and immerse themselves into STEM education. And so we're really excited about that project. And we've already started working across 6 local Western Sydney schools. So we have the Langwalker in Schools program, and that is very successful in terms of its rollout. Last week we had a NASA astronaut, female NASA astronaut at East Hills Girls High School, which was really exciting. Then our foundation university partner is Western Sydney University, and they've contributed $10 million. We're working with them on a whole range of educational initiatives, and that program is really about developing pathways for young people across New South Wales into future STEM jobs, and also connecting them through the Langwalker Family Academy. So it's a very embedded pathways program. We just recently announced a partnership with Holdmark, and that will establish the Holdmark Gallery. But embedded into that program is a biannual exhibition focusing on design and architecture. We will also, as part of that, have an annual program working with local councils across Western Sydney and embedding architects and emerging architects looking at addressing design issues or design problems. Then we also have a great partnership with the Vitocco family to establish the Vitocco Family Kitchen, which is a 200-seat production kitchen which will engage young people with agriculture, leaders in agricultural science, food production, chefs, and really tell the stories, the great stories of agricultural science across New South Wales. And so we're really excited about developing that program, and they have also supported a full-time curator that will develop stories and programs leading up to the opening of the museum.
No, and there's been some publicity around those things. They're part of the attraction of this site. You've run through a range of those. Some of them you've been clear about the quantum. Do all of those go to the $75 million that you need to raise to deal with the capital challenges here, or are some of them for operational costs that might be ongoing?
It's a combination of capital and programming, because what's really important is not only of course, meeting our capital target, but also embedding great programs
So
into
of the $46 million that you've raised, how much of that goes to helping with the capital target?
To date, let me just find that for you if you give me 1 second. Thank you. So from the 46 million contribution, 38.2 will be contributed to the capital campaign, representing 51% of the $75 million target being met. The remaining 78 million is a contribution to Powerhouse Parramatta programming, including the delivery of the Langwalker Family Academy.
So I think that means you've got 36.8 million still to go to be able to deliver this. What's the timing of that? Obviously, this project's moving very quickly. What's the timing? Are you confident you'll meet the short timelines that you've got to complete the project?
I feel completely confident. We have a really exciting pipeline of partnerships that we're looking forward to announcing over the next year. And we feel very confident that the target will be met and exceeded before the museum opens.
And what are the salaries paid in total to the fundraising team?
I would have to take that on notice.
I'm happy for you to take that on notice, what is the ongoing operating budget for the powerhouse at Parramatta?
We have an integrated operating budget for Parramatta, Castle Hill and Ultimo. We also operate Sydney Observatory, so I'm happy to give you the total budget for 2023 if that's helpful.
What is the total budget for 2023? 22-23?
The OPEX budget is 56.5 million and the CAPEX budget is 3.2 $60.9 million, with a total of $60.4 total investment for the 22-23 financial year.
And so what will that increase to, or what will that increase to in 24-25, given the opening that we talked about earlier?
Well, it might be more helpful if I give you the end state government investment.
That'd be good.
Which is 27-28, which is $68.3 million.
68.3 will be your ongoing operational expenditure. Is
Correct.
that you're comparing those two numbers?
Yep.
Okay. So 68.3, and at that point, what will be the breakdown between those 4 sites that you mentioned?
Each site will have its own operational costs, but it's an integrated model of operating. So it's very hard to break down the costs of each location because it's all integrated. So we have one facilities team that runs the facilities operations across all of the sites. So I'm happy to take that on notice and look at how much detail we can give you.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to take that on notice and come back. I mean, I think it is I can see the point you're making. I think it's also a legitimate question to get some sense of what the breakup here is. I appreciate you've given me the key figure for operating, so I really appreciate that. But if you come back on notice, and we'll pursue that on notice if we then need more detail on that front.
Thank you.
I have the land acquisition cost.
Fantastic, thank you.
It's $2,710,889.
Great. Thank you very much for that. That's appreciated. And when it comes to what you described as the end state, Ms. Havillard, 27-28, what is the commercial take at the moment across those 4 sites that you expect to be supplementing the funding you get from government?
The revenue target that we've identified, which will continue to be adjusted, but is currently $38.8 million.
Yep, $38.8 million per annum, but that's the 27-28 figure.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. And what? Feel free to answer this in any way you like, but what proportion of the space will you really need to have commercialised or really be rotating people through in order to reach that target? Obviously, you'll be reaching in a range of ways.
So the model of operation at Powerhouse Parramatta is a very dynamic, changing programming model. So we'll have 7 new exhibitions each year, but we also have spaces for a whole range of commercial and community events that are adjacent and integrated into the museum program. So they include, event space, alongside food and beverage spaces. We have a rooftop garden. So those spaces will be used for both commercial activity and education and museum programs.
Yep, thank you. When it comes to staff in 27-28, how many staff do you expect to be operating at each of those 4 locations?
If you just give me 1 second, I think I can answer that. Yeah, 400 in total.
Great, thank you for the total. And what about between the 4 locations, for each of the locations?
We do have that, but I'll have to take that on notice.
Great, okay. And I would have hoped you were able to provide that in detail. I would have thought that's a reasonable...
I can give you an overview. The majority of staff will be at our flagship, which is Powerhouse Parramatta.
Yep, okay. And when you say the majority, so perhaps more than 200 at Parramatta?
I would say, I don't want to guess, but at least half at Parramatta.
Yeah, at least half, but feel free to take it on notice.
Yep.
I did just want to ask about I'm just going to ask for a general position here, although I might put some other questions to you later. But I wanted to ask about the Conservation Management Plans commissioned for the Ultimo Powerhouse Renewal Project. Why were 2 conservation management plans commissioned?
There's only one conservation management plan that we have produced. There's only one that was commissioned. There's only one that we have produced. Yeah.
Okay, so only one's been produced, only one's been commissioned, in your view. Okay, thank you. If I might hand to you now.
No, that's fine. Mr. Cox, I just wanted to go back to the Destination New South Wales overseas offices. Can you explain to me the KPIs that they operate under?
Yeah, Ms. Sharp, before I go on to talking about KPIs, I said I'd try and get back to you with the salary bands.
Yes,
so
terrific.
they're not in the GSE Act, they're in the international offices. That's why I can't give you a band.
No, that's fine.
But they're paid between 120 and 200. It depends upon the market conditions. We tend to line them up with similar roles for Tourism Australia and contracts from the local market employment conditions. So it's a case-by-case local market assessment that occurs. There is some variance, obviously, due to the cost of living in different locations, but we don't pay additional living expenses.
And are most of them recruited in country, or do we have a mix?
To my knowledge, Ms. Sharp, they have been recruited in country. In my time, there's only been one vacancy, and that is currently being recruited, which is for the India country manager role, and we would look to recruit that in country.
Yep.
Generally, we look for people with local on-the-ground experience, connections, understanding of the visitor economy, etc. So they tend to come from the market, obviously language, the deep understanding of that area.
Great, thank you. So yes, how do you measure how well they're doing?
Well, ultimately it comes down to the volume of travel from that destination into New South Wales. So we have an international target. International target is broken down by country or area by area and region by region, and then they are assessed against how much travel expenditure we're getting across. Now, bearing in mind, they influence most, but not every single piece. So students is an important part, business travel is an important part. So it's those pieces, it's the execution of campaigns and how effective they've been. So we do partnership campaigns with airlines and the like. It's ensuring that the New South Wales product beyond Sydney, but all of New South Wales product is represented in their major partners, if you like, within the ecosystem, so that if you're in India and you go into Mumbai and you want to buy a trip to Australia, the New South Wales product is well represented. So proportion of the product that we have and how that's represented in those top operators. So there's a few different pieces. The biggest measure ultimately is the dollar value.
And where would I find this dollar value?
We don't have it in the annual report broken down in by country, but we've got the total amount. So,
could you provide it to me on notice, country by country?
I need to have a look at that, but I'll certainly take the question on notice and provide what we're able to do so.
Are you concerned that you're not going to be able to provide that, or that you're not going to want to provide that publicly?
I mean, we certainly know the targets that we're getting across the different international markets, Ms. Sharp. So there's no concern with relation to that. I just need to go back and double check on the process around individual targets for those people.
And earlier in the year, you travelled, I think right at the beginning of the year, you travelled with Minister Ayres to London. Is that not the case?
That is correct.
Yes. Trying to steal the F1 Australian Grand Prix from Victoria. How'd that go?
Rather not call it steal, but...
that was the Victorian view.
I think the Victorians would call it stealing.
Give it the opportunity to be raced in the premier location in the Asia Pacific is perhaps the way that I would like to think about it.
Sure. How's that going?
It was a good process. At the end of the day, the decision to stay in Melbourne has been made by Formula One.
And how long have they decided to stay there?
Off the top of my head, Ms. Sharp, it is publicly recorded. I think it was to 2032. I would need to...
So they're not coming here anytime soon?
No, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
Now, I wanted to ask you, and I'm not quite, I was trying to work out how this is reported, but I'm interested in the amount of, the number of events and the amount of support provided between east of Parramatta and west of Parramatta. You may have to take that on notice, but as I was preparing for this hearing, I saw many events this side and not very many events on the east side. So I'm trying to get a bit of a sense of the split literally. I know that you do, I know that you sort of by regions, if you have to do it sort of by regions, but the line I'm looking for is the north-south line, east-west of Parramatta. Are you going to be able to provide that for me?
I can certainly provide the information, Ms Sharp. What I can certainly also say is that we recognise the opportunity for some more major events in the Central River City and the Western Parkland City, and we have work in progress right now with destination management plans for both of those regions. But
when are they due to be finalised?
Within this financial year, this calendar year, Ms Sharp. We are also working on, and we've been doing extensive consultation with all the different stakeholders in the Central River City and Western Parkland City to try and identify those large-scale major events that we might be able to bring into that region. So it's a work in progress, and we can certainly provide you the information that you've requested.
Where's the funding for Paramasala up to?
Pardon?
Where's the funding for events like Paramasala up to? Been an ongoing issue over many years.
Yeah, Ms Sharp, I don't believe that we fund that one.
It sits in the budget of Multicultural New South Wales, from memory.
Okay. Yeah, so Destination New South, for us to invest in an event, it needs to drive ex-region visitation. So there are some wonderful events that occur, such as this one, and certainly as part of that work in looking at the Central River City and Western Parkland City, we do look for, and we have been looking for events that are more community-based at the moment that perhaps could be taken to that next level to drive, in particular for us, international visitation. So, and something like Paramasala, anything that attracts sort of those large communities, if we can bring an international flavour to it, there's certainly an angle there. But for us to invest in an event, it has to be a major event, and a major event defined by the level of visitation from outside of the 50-kilometre radius of the event. So there are some wonderful events that are community events we do not invest in, but we certainly look at those kind of events and look for opportunities to how could we, with a bit of extra effort, make them larger and something that people will travel interstate and really internationally is what we're ultimately looking for.
But you will, on notice, be able to provide me with a breakdown,
of course,
east to west on the number and the amount invested from Destination New South Wales.
The amount invested is commercial in confidence.
Well, are you able to provide it to me as a global figure?
We would be able to provide a expected visitor spend related to the events that we are investing in.
No, that's not the question that I'm asking. I'm wanting to understand that of taxpayers' dollars that go into tourism in this city, how much money is being spent by Destination New South Wales west of Parramatta?
The events budgets are commercial in confidence.
Sure,
very good reason
I'm
for the
familiar
people
with
in
this
New South
argument.
Wales.
We've been having this over many estimates in various forms, but that's not really what I'm asking.
I'm happy to report to you the number of events and the value of the visitor spend expected to come from those events. Absolutely.
Well, no. Sorry, with respect, Mr Cox, that is not what I'm asking you to provide. Yes. I'm asking you, and I'm not asking you to identify event by event. I'm asking to understand how much taxpayers' dollars spent in Greater Sydney in your agency for events go west of Parramatta versus east of Parramatta.
Ms Sharp, the level of investment that we make in events, whether it's individual or combined as a total, is a commercial in confidence number.
Well, Mr Cox, you're inviting, this has been an ongoing issue for quite a long time, and I didn't really anticipate that this is going to be that hard. I don't understand why you cannot provide that amount of the funding if it is not identified event by event.
Sure. Ms Sharp, I'm happy to take it on notice, and if we can provide that information, I'm certainly happy to do so. I'm not trying to be obstructive in any way. But,
well, you're not agreeing to tell the Parliament how much money you're spending.
I will take it on notice, Ms Sharp, and provide what we're able to provide at that time.
Can I just encourage you to do that and agree with my colleague? I mean, that is the sort of baseline public transparency we would expect. I mean, I would expect, I'm glad you raised it because I have some similar questions later on, but if you can't provide that on notice, you're just inviting the upper house to inquire in far more detail by requesting some of these documents. So I think it's a totally, in my view, I'm not speaking for the committee, that is a totally reasonable expectation, and I think that'll be a much more efficient way to provide it than the other ways that we might seek the information.
It's not a threat, by the way. But
Ms. Graham-Michelle, I agree. I'm just not in a position to sit here right now and say definitively yes or no. I'm happy to take it on notice.
I've
I'll also remind the Minister that perhaps that might be better in terms of answering this question rather than going down the other route. So that will be fine.
We could always defeat the SA52.
Good luck. Yeah, that hasn't been going so well for you.
Well,
so
the unholy alliance on the record.
I'm thinking of the poor DPC officials.
Yes, that's right.
In so many other areas.
And trust me, I don't want to be trawling through boxes and boxes. I just want that information, and I want it de-identified. I'm not actually asking you for commercial income. I've actually conceded that point.
And the Sharp, certainly all the events that we invest in have a big flow on to the broader. We know that many people who come into the city will stay in Western Sydney and then come into the middle. Sometimes it's with relation to where the facilities are and the stadiums are and the like, but we certainly try and provide you with the information that we can.
Yeah, be careful getting into that stadium issue for you. I wanted to ask some regional youth questions, Ms. Ryan.
Could I just correct the record very quickly?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I tend to be doing this repetitively today. We have been unkind to our Commonwealth colleagues. They, in fact, fund 50% of the $70 million for housing, Aboriginal housing, plus the $50 million for Aboriginal community infrastructure. So it's 50-50 with the Commonwealth across the whole.
So it's 120 million.
It's 120
States putting in 60.
And it's 50-50 across the lot.
Right.
My apologies.
Okay, that's good. Yep. Sorry, thank you. Yes, I think this is partly why there's confusion over where the money's coming from and who's deciding how it's spent. Thanks. I wanted to, I think it's Ms. Ryan, yes. I wanted to just ask you some quick questions about the Office of Regional Youth. And you, before the break, you took us through some of the number of young people that have participated in a range of programs. Are you able to tell me how many people have participated in the youth radio program?
So our youth radio program was a grants program. We had 15 projects that were funded across 17 LGAs. We're targeting a figure of 306 young people that will participate in that youth-led broadcasting programs throughout regional New South Wales.
And sorry, when is that? When did that start?
So it was open and closed already. The grants have been assessed and the projects are all listed on our website now.
Right, and when are they due for completion?
So the grants were announced in April this year. I don't have the finish date. I think it's within, well, I think it'll be within a year of the contracting.
And you anticipate around 306 young people will participate in that, is that correct? Yep, thank you. The Regional Gap Year program, how many young people have taken a regional gap year in the last, do you measure it by calendar year or do you measure it by financial year?
So our Gap Year campaign consists of a website where we promote opportunities for young people to travel in regional New South Wales and take up opportunities. We have a whole lot of information there about how to find jobs, resources for young people to refer to if they need help with work information, minimum wages, if they've had any concerns. It was started during the COVID lockdown when there were no international tourists and we had a worker shortage in regional areas. So we were particularly trying to attract young people to travel. We didn't use it as a tracking of seasonal job applications or how many young people have travelled.
We have no idea how many young people have taken up a regional gap year in New South Wales.
So I do have a figure of, in the 2021 financial year, our social campaign reached 1.95 million people.
Sure.
And generated 15,979 click-throughs.
Yep.
And we've interviewed, young people in New South Wales who have taken a gap year. We've got a lot of case studies, but we don't track numbers of young people who take a gap year.
So how have you found those? So the young people that have taken a regional gap year, where'd you find them?
So really through our networks in regional New South Wales, we have obviously our regional development officers that are in regional areas who work in with the community. But now the Office for Regional Youth, we have established roles, youth community coordinators we call them, and we have 10 located across the state with support staff, and they're working with young people, with youth services, with community providers, and we have a strong connection there to find case studies.
But just to be clear, you're finding a case study. You have no idea how many people have actually taken it up.
That's not tracked through our gap year campaign.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I wanted to ask about the New South Wales Youth Parliament. The Minister's made claim, has suggested that there's been a review of the bills from the 2021 Youth Parliament. Is that the case? Has that happened?
So the Youth Parliament is administered by the Y, I believe. It's not one of the...
No, I know that. What I'm saying is that the Minister spoke to the Youth Parliament and indicated that the bills from the previous Parliament had been gone through by, I assume, your department or your office, and I'm just wondering if that's occurred.
Not that I have personally gone through them, but our office does work with the Y, and we have a lot of links together, so they may have provided those bills to the team. But
you don't know what's happened. Could you take on notice, if you could, in terms of what, the examination of the bills, which bills were examined, what action was taken as a result?
Yes.
And by whom? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. How many staff do you have in the Office of Regional Youth?
Count is 45 at the moment. But 45 currently.
Is that head count or FTE?
I've got it as
that was my next question.
A head count.
Okay.
Head count. Actually, Mr. Fitzrotti, I've noticed that some of your the public servants during this rounds of budget estimates have been reporting more on head count than on FTE. Has there been a change in policy in relation to the... It's a genuine It's a genuine question. I've had some toing and froing with a variety of different public servants in relation to this.
No,
it's just people are just doing it. Okay.
Just random, I think.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Does the Office of Regional Youth have any involvement in the Stronger Country Communities Fund?
So that fund is administered by the Department of Regional New South Wales. There was a Stream 3 which had a youth portion, so 54.4 million of Stream 3 of the Stronger Country Communities Fund was allocated to youth projects. Those are all underway, and somewhere...
Sorry, they've all been allocated?
Those youth projects from Stream 3. There have been subsequent rounds of Stronger Country Communities Fund, and I believe there's another round open at the moment. It's not administered by the Office for Regional Youth, but it is administered.
But you sit within Regional New South Wales?
Yes, so our department does administer that.
Sorry, so I probably shouldn't have let Mr. Hanger go home.
And for the future rounds, or for the current round, does that include a youth component in the way that round 3 did, or Stream 3 did?
No, there's no, fund of money put aside for youth projects.
Understood.
But
and is it envisaged, because it was such a big focus for Stream 3, is it envisaged that there will be in future?
It's definitely something I am advocating for, and we also, as I said, have our youth community coordinators. We're encouraging people to put youth projects
There's nothing
forward.
Precludes people from applying in these other rounds, so you would extend, even though it might not be a youth round, you'd anticipate that there'll be youth projects?
Yes, I would hope so.
And so what role does the Minister play in relation to this fund?
So this fund is administered under the Deputy Premier.
Yes, but does your Minister have any role in relation to seeing the grant applications, giving advice to the applications? Is there an expectation that he'll be consulted in relation to the youth applications?
There's no formal process for the Minister's involvement in this current round of Stronger Country Community Fund.
Previous rounds?
Was in the youth round, there was a role for the minister.
What was his role?
So that was the former minister for Regional
That's okay.
Let me just find the detail of that.
Former youth minister was Miss Taylor, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. I would have to take that specific role of the minister on notice. I've got some further figures around that round, which was 54.4 million. As I
mean, if you could provide on notice, just sort of, are all of the grants online? Is that
Yes,
where they went and how much they were?
Grants are listed online.
Terrific,
yes.
Thank you. Well, then probably I won't ask for you to provide them. We can look them up ourselves. But I am very interested in what role the minister played in relation to that. So, do they formally have a role? Was it, just consulted minister to minister? Like, when did she first see a list of those programs, and at what stage of the process?
Yep.
And whether she had any formal sign-off as well.
I will definitely take that on notice. I wasn't in the role at the time, so I don't.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I mean, where I'm getting to with this, obviously, is it's a significant amount of money. There's a lot of money in that Stronger Country Communities Fund, and there's been some significant recommendations around grants administration. So I'm trying to understand the role of the minister in this particular. Grants program, and so just to be clear, you don't anticipate, you're not sure what the role of Mr. Franklin will be.
No, Minister Franklin has no role in the current Stronger Country Community.
So he won't see any applications and he won't be asked for any recommendations, even though your coordinators are working throughout the state to encourage youth organisations to apply for them. And are they reporting to you about the applications that are coming through?
So the youth community coordinators won't be assisting with applications. It's more in terms of their day-to-day interaction with
encouraging people to apply.
That they would let people know it's an available opportunity, in the same way that other parts of the department promote the availability of grants in their day-to-day work.
Terrific, thanks.
Okay. I might turn to some other issues. The first of those was just back to the questions about the old Registrar General's building. I might just firstly ask, I think, Ms. Foy, is that, we talked about this earlier, you heard the Minister's answer. Can you give us any other details about the process here?
Sorry. No problem. Look, I think as the Minister said, that's all a matter before government at the moment, so I'm really unable to give any more detail at this.
Can I ask specifically about the potential demolition of the 1960s Peter Hall building at the rear part of the building? Is that contemplated? Is that a possibility?
Are you a fan of that building?
I'm just simply asking. I'm more interested in whether Ms. Foy is...
I'd have to go back and get some detail, but and take that on notice, as well as considering what Cabinet confidentiality might apply to the whole project.
Okay, so if you were able to answer that on notice, that'd be appreciated.
Of course.
Could I turn to the issue about the Parramatta Female Factory? We've talked a lot about funding for other areas, for the powerhouse in its various incarnations. How much money is currently allocated to this site in the budget?
Give me a moment, because these under the previous arrangements, there was Heritage and a bunch of arts agencies working together. I'll defer to Ms. Pittman and any information she might have around Parramatta North and the Female Factory, if that's okay, Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Parramatta North, the government announced in December last year a $53.8 million commitment to Parramatta North, and that was to secure, restore and preserve the heritage core in particular. And that funding will be to support the conservation and upgrade of 11 heritage buildings as part of the 10-year program of work across that heritage core. Prepare final business cases for cultural facilities and for an immersive museum experience for the Female Factory. Upgrading 2 hectares of public open space, and a temporary activation and long-term tenancy of buildings and open spaces, including space for the Western Sydney creative and social enterprise organisations.
Thank you. And just to round out the areas we've been discussing, what's the current budget commitment to the old Registrar General's building?
The current for the Registrar General's building, I have that. It's about 119.
I think that's from Macquarie Street East.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's from
So the Macquarie Street East project, I think the Premier's on the record talking about the importance of that precinct. There was an allocation through a different portfolio, not ours.
Sure.
So I'd defer to that portfolio to report on their own budget figures.
Yep.
Of course, the Registrar General's building is one site or one element of that broader precinct project, but that's managed through Property New South Wales.
Right, okay. And any budget allocation for that will be within that broader Macquarie Street East
That is my understanding.
allocation.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Great. No, thank you.
But I'm
for
happy
that.
to come back and say where that budget line is owned, who owns that budget line, just to give you a point of reference.
No, great. And just to turn to one issue with Sydney Living Museums, and the Minister made the point that the CEO's not here, so I feel free to...
I was wishing he was. So.
I'm sure that's right. I did just want to ask about his salary. The public reporting's quite good on this, as it is with all the institutions. So that is reported publicly, certainly for 2021, the most recent report. The one question I had was, this is allocated as a 0.5 FTE in the report, and that's because of the administrative arrangements that are in place between SARA and Sydney Living Museums. Is the salary that's publicly reported also 0.5 of the salary, or is it the total?
I don't have the document you have. I'm afraid I don't have it in front of me, but I'm happy to go back and confirm that to be the case. But your assumption around 0.5 being shared between the two budgets for Sydney Living Museums vis-a-vis State Archives and Records Authority, that I imagine that assumption to be correct.
Okay, so yeah, but I think that's entirely reasonable to come back on notice. And perhaps with the merger that's now been announced, is that salary changing at all?
I do not believe that the salary changes or the role changes. It simply will confirm that is the ongoing structure of the position.
Yep.
So my belief is no, it doesn't change. But I'm happy to, if that is incorrect, I will confirm that.
Appreciate it. There's been a process ongoing about the leases down at Walsh Bay.
Yep.
Can I get a progress report on that issue?
Yes, of course. I'll invite Ms Pittman, who has been leading that particular project.
Bear with me 1 second. We have 9 tenants at Walsh Bay Arts Precinct, and those tenants include Sydney Theatre Company, Sydney Dance Company, Bangarra Dance Theatre, Sydney Philharmonia Choirs, Gondwana Choirs, the Song Company, Australian Chamber Orchestra, Australian Theatre for Young People, and Bell Shakespeare. Those tenants are all now operational in the precinct. The precinct is operational. The individual arrangements with the individual tenants have been negotiated through individual leasing, and the majority of those leases are in place, and all of the agreements to lease are in place, and all of the tenants are are operating under the agreements to lease, and the finalisation of those is ongoing.
Yep. And when you say the majority of leases have been signed, how many of the 9?
I'll need to take I'll need to come back to you with the information, specific information.
Yep. So you'll tell us how many of the 9, and can you tell us which institutions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll tell you
how
how
long
many
has
and which.
this signing process been ongoing?
It has the final leases couldn't be signed until the building was complete, because the specific areas in the building were needed to be included in the leases. So it depends on the tenant, frankly, how long it's been going. Some of them slightly longer than others.
I'm catching up here, though. Just give us some sense of how long it might have taken for some of these.
For the tenants who are occupying Wharf 4-5, then it would have been going for about a year. And for the tenants who are in Pier 2-3, I believe all 3 of those tenants have executed their leases, but I'll come back to you. With
So it's more a Wharf 4-5 issue.
Correct.
Yep. And what has been the hold-up?
Well, you can appreciate that the tenants have all, their financial circumstances have changed quite a lot since when we originally executed the agreements for lease years ago now, and those considerations, the tenants are rightly taking that into account in their discussions with us.
And in the course of signing those leases, in the course of coming to those agreements, have you stepped outside of the commercial framework which was originally envisaged for these leases, or are you still operating within the same government policy that's been articulated for some time?
So like I said, the leases were individually negotiated with the tenants, and there's no. I'm not aware of. I'm not fully understanding what you're asking, but they are within the bounds of.
Yeah, well, I think they were moving to a commercial benchmark, a proportion of a commercial rent space. Is that still the case for each of these leases?
The leases in Walsh Bay are a little bit different because so I think you're referring to our infrastructure support policy, which is a broad policy which governs the tenancies across all of our properties. That provides office accommodation for tenants at a 30% of the market value. I believe that's what you're referring to. For Walsh Bay, it's slightly different because the tenants actually the different tenants provided some of their own significant costs toward the fit out of their spaces, and so that's been taken into consideration when it comes to negotiating the leases.
Right, thank you. One of the things that the government's announced is the West Invest Fund, a proportion of which is allocated to government agencies. One of those 6 streams for transformational projects relates to arts and culture. Can I just get an update about where this has progressed to from the point of view of the agencies dealing with arts and culture?
We were really excited when West Invest was announced, and we have the opportunity, and specifically that arts and culture was one of the key focal areas. And my team is both involved in assessing some of the community proposals, as well as putting forward some of our own proposals for the government funding.
And what's the in that latter category? What's the process from your point of view, or how are you plugging into it, and what's the timing?
So the process is that we have to provide some detailed business case information about the proposals that we're putting forward, and my team is working through that now.
And will the business cases that you put forward as part of that process, will they relate solely to government-owned or government-funded cultural institutions, or will they? How much could this potentially spread out to some of the more commercial organisations?
The guidelines for the program require it to be a government. I'm sorry.
DPC is leading the West Invest process, so maybe Mr. Coots.
Well, no. I haven't gulped down that briefing note. That's for Wednesday. The government-led process is really being coordinated out of the Treasury.
Right.
So it's quite distinct from the competitive community process.
Yeah. Okay. Was there anything else, Ms. Pittman, that you wanted to add on that? No, thank you. Do you want to jump? I've got some more, but I'm happy to
If I could just clarify, I do have a bit more information about the assessment process for Stronger Country Communities Fund.
Yep. Yeah, sorry, you need to speak into it. Yeah.
I have a bit more information about the assessment process, if you'd like me to update that now.
Yes, that would be terrific.
So there was a departmental assessment of eligibility, viability and community support and alignment with objectives, and then a prioritised list of the projects for each LGA. There was an allocation for each LGA, were submitted to the Deputy Premier based on the assessment and the funding available. The department was able to recommend part funding where appropriate, and the Deputy Premier in the guidelines that were published publicly for the 2019 Stronger Country Community Fund, the Deputy Premier will consider the prioritised list of eligible and viable projects with community support and make final approvals in consultation with the Minister for Regional Youth. So that was the assessment process.
And do you know, in terms of the prioritised list that went to the Deputy Premier and the Minister for Youth, whether those were changed?
I don't know that.
Could you take that on notice? In fact, what I would like ideally is the list of the prioritised projects as recommended through that process, and then the final list that was provided.
I'll take that one on notice.
I noticed that the Minister's announced the Our Region, Our Voice funding program in the last few days, and that is... Thank you very much. We'll just be quick on this. That's $40 million, is that correct?
Yes.
I think we're having a break. We'll have to come back.
Right.
We're having a break. We'll
Last
be back
resolution.
in 15 minutes, 3:45.
Just wanted to come back to you about the Our Region, Our Voice program. I've got to admit that we couldn't find that in the budget papers. Whereabouts was it located in the budget papers?
So you remember there was a $59 million allocation for regional youth in the budget. The way that we put forward the proposal for the funding for Office for Regional Youth was that we will be directing our funding towards projects that are priorities for each region. So rather than rolling out a statewide response to regionally specific issues, we'll be really looking at work areas that are informed through our framework, which you'd be familiar with, that was informed by 4,000 young people, and then directing our investment into those priority work areas with our pillars, and then we have work areas within those. So what we embarked on following the confirmation of our funding was a consultation across regional areas with 2,000 young people, where we really delved into what their priorities are within those pillars, within the work areas of those pillars. So we have created our Regional Youth Insights, which is also available online, and that really provides an in-depth picture of what are the differences in the regional priorities for young people. So we've done that through surveys and interviews, and we've also triangulated back with government and service providers to cross-check the validity of those priorities, and these are now publicly available. But the Our Region, Our Voice funding program has come in to support those priorities and those insights, and we'll now be actually, we've opened up for applications, but the applications will be assessed based on the priorities that came forward for each of those regions. So we're actually directing the funding to young people's priorities.
And when does that close?
On the, I think it's the Tuesday, sorry, the first Tuesday of September.
No, that can't be right.
October, sorry.
So it's a
first
month.
Tuesday
So there's a month.
October, a month, yes.
Thank you. And what's the assessment, how are those being, what's the assessment process? Who's assessing them?
So we will be creating a panel of assessors, and we've got some other government organisations that will be part of that panel. So it'll be secretariat by the Office for Regional Youth, but we're bringing in experts from Department of Education. We've also invited Department of Health and Skills. We've got other government partners that we've invited to be part of those panels, and we'll lock the individuals in as that gets closer. But it'll be a panel assessment, well, primarily an eligibility assessment by our department, then a panel assessment following that, and then we will...
So the panel assessment will rank the applications?
Yes. And again, it can propose part funding if reasonable, and then that list of preferred and recommended projects will be sent to the Minister for consideration and endorsement.
So the Minister is the decision maker?
Well, I guess the Minister is given advice by the panel to accept or not.
And so he'll be given a list, and then he can, I presume, change that if he wishes to?
Well, I don't know that change would be the right way to describe it. I guess
reprioritise?
There could be a conversation based on what the Minister saw, but the panel's recommendations are a matter that is reflected within the department's record keeping. That will be the recommendation made by our panel.
And what happens if the Minister doesn't agree?
I guess that would be a process we would need to take legal advice. I think I've sort of been asked this question before. It hasn't arisen in the regional youth space in terms of the Minister making changes to proposed grant applications, but the framing that we have is that the Minister has the opportunity to endorse the panel's recommendations.
So maybe this is to you, Mr. Cootes-Trotter. Isn't the Premier put out a Premier's memorandum in relation to grants administration?
So the product of the grants administration review is a new guide, which is empowered in legislation, as you would know, and that is gazetted effective the 19th of September. So the guide becomes operative from the 19th of September. It is prospective in its operation, so I don't know how it would interact with the process that's underway.
So it would be outside.
Process has been reviewed to be
congruent, to be in line with the recommendations of the review. There you go.
It is compliant.
Oh well, in that case, if there was a decision by a minister to fund something that was not recommended by the assessors, that is fine if they're the decision maker. They just have to make that clear publicly.
Well, that's sort of where I was getting to. So and I was trying to understand when that had been turned on. And when,
it turns on 19th September, but my colleague tells me that
we've prepared ourselves to be compliant ahead of time.
And they also have to provide a reason now under those.
Yes, that's right.
So, yeah.
And where does that reason appear? So is it when it's announced? Is there how do we actually? So a program's announced. So you go through the process. It's announced. When do we? On the website, is it?
So all successful grants are recorded publicly announced within 45 days of the decision.
Yep.
And all decisions and interactions with the minister are reported, and records are kept of any of those interactions.
Reported where though?
Well, we are working towards a whole of government grants portal akin to the Commonwealth's, but we start from where we start from, so I'd assume there'll be a period where this kind of thing would be reported on an agency's own website, but we are trying to aggregate that, so there's one place you go to find out about grant opportunities, one place you go to find out about decision making.
And so you would anticipate, Ms Ryan, then the announcement of this program there'll be the list, and would we expect at the same time, whether it's a link or whatever, or that would explain whether the minister's deviated from the recommendations? Where would we find that?
I will take that on notice, because I think it'll be a functional sort of issue of the process of approving the grants.
Footnote at the bottom of the list?
No, it would be as open as any other information about the decision making in the grants program.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, because that is, so that the baseline commitment is, I understand the point about centralised versus the agency, but it'll be a public
absolutely
commitment, and that's contained in the guidelines, in the guidance.
Yeah, no, it is. Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you. Walk away, and I think that I'm actually done.
No, but clever to.
I just asked then how that relates to Mr Cox's activity. What do you have an exemption from that approach where all grants awarded need to be published?
Our grants that we operate are published, and their guidelines are on the Destination New South Wales corporate sites. So we've got a number of grants that we run throughout the course of a year, refresh and renew programs, etc. Investments in events are separate to grants. And we've got an agreement on the way that we're able to work with those.
And with whom is that agreement?
The Information Privacy Commissioner, and the way that we release our information with relation to contracts.
And when was that agreement reached?
The exact date I'll have to take on notice, but it was in the last few months.
In the last few months,
That's correct.
And did that relate to this process about changing the whole of government approach on guidelines?
No, that was a separate. Been a long-standing discussion between the NSW and the Privacy Commission that predated my time. And we've brought that to a head and got it resolved.
And now resolved.
That's correct.
Okay. And resolved to your satisfaction?
Yes.
And how would you describe the settlement?
In effect, the information that we release is for each of our events gets released, but on a case-by-case basis, we're able to redact commercial and confidence information.
Yep. Okay. I might ask you about and I've seen, for example, for your accommodation providers, for example, that information is reported in the way I would consider as standard for other agencies. I did want to ask about the $24 million music venue funding, which was very welcome to the sector, which I understand, I think, I didn't check back in the lead up to this, but came out of your budget, Mr Cox, is that correct?
The live music venues support program?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. Or it was administered through us, yes.
Yeah, no, very good. When you draw that distinction between coming out of your budget or being administered by you, why do you draw that distinction?
Similar to something like Business Events Sydney, sometimes we hold the funding and then we release it to Business Events Sydney, so we oversee the process, similar to that.
Yep. Okay, and to who were these funds awarded?
I just need to get that detail, if you excuse me for one moment. Go to the live music. Okay. Include $24 million for the Live Music Fund, closed on the 19th of April. Program assisted 86 venues in Sydney and 77 in regional New South Wales, which had been significantly impacted by COVID-19 related restrictions over the past year.
I'm familiar with the program. It was very welcome. It was one of the first times that sort of funding's been available from the state government in New South Wales. It was a really important program to getting these venues through for COVID. Which venues received the funding?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I don't have the full list. There's been 163 venues, so I can take it on notice and I can provide you the detail.
Great. But that's the sort of program that you would be expecting to just provide in public?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And the reason I ask is I don't believe it has been. Look, I haven't checked for a little while, but...
Ordinarily, it's in our annual report, and this was in this financial year, and our annual report hasn't come out yet. Our grants funding is provided in the annual report, and on an annual basis. That has not been released as yet.
Okay. So if you could provide that on notice, that'd be useful. As the Secretary's changing the approach on the grants culture in the government and requiring other agencies to publish their grants perhaps earlier than just in the annual report, will you be changing your culture at DNSW and publishing this information ahead of the annual reporting process?
We will certainly align with the requirements of the review and the work that the Secretary has just spoken to.
Right, so we should anticipate a change then, given that answer.
Yes, correct.
Pardon?
We should anticipate a change then, given that answer.
Yeah, we will be fully compliant, of course.
Right, thank you. I wanted to turn to the question about the Feel New South Wales expenditure, just to firstly give, I was mainly focused on getting an answer from the Minister, Mr Cox. So firstly, I wanted to give you the opportunity to put anything else on the record about this campaign that you wanted to.
Yes, certainly. If you just give me one moment. So I think you spoke, excuse me for a minute, I just need to find the appropriate note. Look, I mean, we're delighted with the performance of the campaign today. You were talking about the split of, New South Wales versus other states. So the valuation of the visitor spend, 49% is intrastate spend. So it's quite appropriate to try and protect and retain visitation in New South Wales and to ensure that our communication resonates with New South Wales residents as well.
Yep. Just explain that figure. 49% of the
visitor spend
is intrastate.
Is intrastate. 24% is interstate, and 27% is international. Under ordinary circumstances, of course, off the back of the
24% within the state. Sorry, you've now lost me. 49
intrastate.
Intrastate.
Yep.
Got it.
24 inter.
Yep, got it.
73, that's 73% domestic. Yep. 27% international.
Yeah, great.
Yep. And there is a deficit.
I'm collecting.
So New South Wales residents spent pre-COVID $12.5 billion interstate. So the more we can convince New South Wales residents to have their visits within their own state, the better for the economy. And of course, as well as removing the deficit to the international markets, which off the top of my head is circa $14 billion in the year 2019.
And what's the value of the interstate expenditure in New South Wales? That is, you've given us the figure for New South Wales residents going and spending in Melbourne or other places. What about residents from other states coming here and spending?
I've only got the 2030 projection, so I need to come back to and take on notice the current number. So the 2030 projection, which is at the $65 billion number, was 15.9.
$15.9 billion is the interstate expenditure here.
Of the $65 billion target.
And focusing on 2030, what's the intrastate figure?
31.9.
Great, 31.9. And the other figure we already had, we talked about, but maybe if you gave me that.
International 17.9.
17.9.
9.6 and 9.6 to deal with your $1 million that's missing there.
$1 billion.
They are billions, sorry, they are rounding. So 0.96, 0.91, so 49%, 24 and 27.
It's a rounding error, not interstellar.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Yes.
Asterisk to that.
65.83 is the target for 2030.
Great. Okay, thanks for that. So that is quite helpful. Look, and so really the policy questions that unfold from that are these. I accept that it's a valuable thing to get someone 50 kilometres from their home in New South Wales. That generates economic activity. That's an important goal. The question here is about the best use of this funds, though, and it does seem counterintuitive that the best use of these tourism advertising dollars might be so close to home. It just naturally raises the question, why are we doing this? Do you accept that that's not the balance of spending that Victoria, for example, is unfolding, that they're not spending the greatest proportion, not a majority, but the greatest proportion of their expenditure, for example, in Victoria?
I don't have their breakdown, Mr. Graham, but as I also said to you, the reflection of why the weighting is slightly heavier to New South Wales was a result of when the brand strategy launched.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a fair point to make. So I'm asking though, I mean, you must be in discussion with your interstate colleagues.
It's very competitive, Mr. Graham. We don't tend to share with each other exactly where our
marketing must be in discussion with someone. Is this best practice?
Oh, absolutely. I think the work that we're doing is absolutely best practice. The brand work, driving awareness, consideration and conversion. And bearing in mind, there are lots of different channels that we touch to drive visitation in New South Wales. The
I accept that answer. Can I just be more specific in the question? What is best practice when it comes to spending this sort of tourism marketing dollars? What's the balance between interstate and international expenditure that you would regard as best practice?
I think best practice really relates to the return on the marketing investment dollars made as opposed to where that's done. So, it's about if we put $1 invested, how much return do we get? That's more what best practice is about. So, it depends on lots of different factors as to where your visitors are, where the target market is, time of year, et cetera, where the borders are open, where the borders are closed.
That's exactly what I was hoping the sort of assessment you'd be doing. So what can you tell us about the return on investment between these three categories: advertising in New South Wales, advertising interstate and advertising overseas? Give us some guidance about how you think about that.
I don't have a breakdown, but I see if I can take that on notice. We've got the information, we can provide it to you, but we work across the board for a return number, so as opposed to breaking down specifically.
Yeah, so I'm really interested in future campaigns. Will we see something different to what we saw here, acknowledging COVID? And what can you tell us about the guidance you're applying as you look at the return on investment?
So again, the future campaigns will vary. We'll be more focused, no doubt, on international now the borders are reopening, more focus on interstate now that there's two-way travel It doesn't look like we're going back to it. And the return numbers that we expect, which goes through the full process for all of our campaigns, over $250 million for the Department of Customer Service, there's assessments pre and post that are completed to ensure we are delivering best practice, and that will continue.
Can I ask about the boundaries for a small number of councils, and I asked the minister, the former minister, some questions about this in the previous estimates. This is primarily about the Blue Mountains, Penrith and Hawkesbury, and the couple of times they've been moved around within really into regional tourism and then back into the city. One of the questions I asked the minister was, why was the local tourism network in his own seat moved into the regional tourism area? And he gave some background to that. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Cox, about the fact that these three councils have now been moved back out of Sydney Surrounds North and into the city. Can you give us any background on how that happened or why that happened?
Certainly, Mr. Graham. So when the destination networks were originally established in 2016, the Blue Mountains, Hawkesbury, Penrith and Wollondilly local government areas were included in the destination networks prior to the Western Sydney City deal, which was signed in March 2018. The Western Sydney City deal was the catalyst for a collaborative approach across the three tiers of government to create the Western Parkland City and the new Western Sydney Airport and the Bradfield City Centre. So our focus in the visitor economy strategy is delivering across the government's vision for Greater Sydney region into three distinct cities, which is the Eastern Harbour City, the Central River City and the Western Parkland City. So those government areas were aligned with the Western Parkland City, and so they have been realigned, and they will benefit from the focus of the work of Destination New South Wales to making sure, and also the greater investment for that Western Parkland City area. And as I spoke to earlier on, we are currently in the process of doing, and this is collaborative with councils and local operators, the destination management plans for those two areas.
What consultation happened with these three local government areas as those changes happened?
So Destination New South Wales undertook an internal review and made recommendations to the ministers. The minister approved the recommendations with relation to boundaries. So I would need to take on notice the exact detail.
So you consulted the minister. I want to know, did anyone consult these local government areas?
I'll take that question on notice.
Are you aware of concerns from these local government areas that this change has happened? They feel disadvantaged now in some senses relative to where they were?
I'm aware of a small number of concerns, but I'm also aware that when we've spoken to them with relation to the way that they will be included in the Western Parkland City and the focus of those areas, that at least the people that I've spoken to, which is only a small number of those people, have been quite positive about the focus that they'll get from that. So, you know,
yeah,
I think it's a new
for the
transition.
record, I don't agree with that assessment of that they're making.
Yeah.
In fact, my concern is quite the opposite, that it looks like these councils have been moved, including the former minister's own area, have been moved around to follow the money. First into regional New South Wales when there was regional funding, then into the city to follow the money that was attached to the Western City deal. Now, I can't put that question at estimates to the former minister, but can you give me any detail, Mr. Cox, about the background here?
Graham, I've already advised you the reason why they have been aligned. They are aligned with the Western Parkland City alignment and the Central River City, so they are aligned to those boundaries.
But it's possible they were never asked. You'll take that on notice, but
I will take on notice.
Possible,
I will take on notice the consultation.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask for some details about the Creative Kids vouchers? Just the number of these that have now been issued and used. Just an update.
So as you may know, the Creative Kids program was established in 2019, and this program is the purpose of the program is to ease the financial pressures on families and encourage children and young people to participate in creative and cultural activities. New South Wales parents, guardians and carers can claim a $100 voucher.
Ms Pittman, I'll just interrupt only to say I was really just looking for an update about the information that had previously been given and the previous estimates, which was just some very specific. So just to save you some time. So at the last estimates, we talked about the number of these that had been issued, that is downloaded, and then the number that had actually been used.
I have that.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
So as of the 18th of August of this year, since the program was launched in 2019, more than 4,527 New South Wales creative and cultural businesses are participating in the program as providers. Over 2.1 million vouchers have been downloaded by parents, and over 1.6 million vouchers have been redeemed by New South Wales children and young people.
And what's the value of that, of the amount that's been downloaded?
So, well, they're $100 each.
I mean, I can do the maths, but I was hoping you might just place it on the record.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Doing maths while people are watching me is never a good idea.
Carry the three.
Having people watch while you type.
Then we should have music.
No, that'll make things worse.
160 million.
And what is the budget allocation for this year for this program? For 22-23?
So we received funding in this an additional $22.9 million in this year's budget to extend the program to the 30th of June.
30th of June, great. And can I get a so those figures you've given are consistent with the March one, slightly updated, a small increase. Could I get a breakdown since 2019 of how many have been downloaded and utilised in each financial year? Would you mind just...
Sure.
Yeah, just breaking it. I won't ask you for that information now. Thank you for that. Can I ask about the... I was keen to ask this of both Mr Cox and also of Create. And this is the Minister's commitment today that he gave about the minimum fee for musicians, $250. Other states have adopted this. Mr Cox, I asked you about this at previous estimates, and quite correctly, I asked you about the policy. Quite correctly, I shouldn't have put that to you, but what I want to know now, having put that to the Minister, do you have any operational concerns if this policy was adopted by the government about how it would unfold in your areas?
Sorry, which policy is that, Mr.
This is the policy of, if there's public funding for an event, then there'd be a minimum guarantee for a musician that performed at the event. It's a policy which has been campaigned for around the country, adopted in some other states by their creative agencies. For your programs funded by Destination New South Wales, can you foresee any operational problems?
Mr Graham, I haven't considered that previously, so I'd need to take that on notice and give it some full diligence.
Okay, I'd be happy with that on notice. And then Ms Pittman, perhaps from a Create point of view.
As the Minister said this morning, our grant application forms require applicants to acknowledge that they're paying the industry rates, and if they're not, they need to provide an explanation. If the policy changed, then we would fold that into our agreements.
Great. And do you want to, I'd be happy on notice if you want to provide any guidance, any policy guidance about operational issues. I think that will be welcome. I understand the point you're making. Yeah, if you were able on notice to provide some background, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Can I ask of tourism? We talked, Mr Cox, just before about the some of the accommodation grants that have been given, particularly the grants to deal with the issue in regional New South Wales about substandard accommodation. People wanting to travel in New South Wales, perhaps the accommodation isn't up to standard. There is a program for grants to those accommodation providers. What assessment has been done about the benefits of that grant program? And I just want to be clear, I'm talking about the accommodation, not the experience grants.
I understand. I just need to take that on notice at this moment in time. I think if you're referencing the Refresh and Renew Fund,
I am,
which targets regional New South Wales, 787 applications, 104 successful recipients were awarded the funding. Your question is about the follow-up assessments. I would need to take that on notice, Mr. Gray.
And just to give you some background as you're doing that, it's an unusual program in that you're really funding a private benefit. Now, there's a public policy issue out there. These motels essentially have got to show that they've had people who've complained about their facilities, and then they're given public money to build something that then they use to capture private profit. While there's a problem, it's quite an unusual grant scheme in that most of the benefit goes to the private operator rather than into the public interest. So I'm interested what assessment has been done, what benefit is there, what public benefit are you showing as you assess this way of handing out quite a significant amount of public funding.
I understand, Mr. Graham, and I'm happy to take it on notice.
Can I put a plug for room 9 in a motel in Moree, right next to the plant room? You cannot sleep at night.
Look, having just got back from AgQuip, I've got some specific requests I can make on notice too in the Tamworth and surrounding area. But which is I think is a good point. There is an issue there, but it's an unusual program. So it's that balance of the public and private benefit. That's the question. Mr. Cox, have you, I'll just invite you to respond to Treasury's concerns in the budget about the New South Wales tourism trade deficit. The Treasury was really clear about this in Budget Paper 1, not in this budget, but the previous year, in the budget statement. Unusually, they were quite critical of the problem. They, in great contrast to the figures that Destination New South Wales puts out about the significant growth in tourism, all of which are accurate. They point to a different view, which is while we are increasing tourism, other countries are increasing tourism more rapidly, and in fact where the balance, our tourism trade deficit is getting worse as more people come here from other countries or other states. Can you give us your reflections on that critique, which was in the budget papers?
I haven't read that specific critique, Mr. Graham, but I think you're, as opposed to more people coming here, you're talking about we spending more overseas than what overseas is spending here, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep. And certainly in 2019, off the top of my head, I think the deficit of New South Wales to international was circa $14 billion. It is absolutely a number that I would think is an enormous opportunity, not only for New South Wales, Mr. Graham, but for all of Australia. It's the purpose of the Aviation Attraction Fund. If you can't fly here, it's difficult to bring the visitors. So the Aviation Attraction Fund is all about building back Sydney Airport with a higher capacity visitor spend than what it had pre-pandemic. We've got the new Western Sydney Airport, which is a real game changer and aligns with the accelerate stages of the visitor economy strategy. The Western Sydney Airport opens at the end of 26 and is the first time we will have a curfew-free 24-hour airport, bringing those direct flights back in. So I agree with you, Mr. Graham. I think Australia as a whole, it's not only an issue related to New South Wales, has a deficit with international visitation, and we certainly need to continue to work on filling planes of visitors in and planes of visitors out out as opposed to planes of Australians going out and a shared flight on the way back in. So we are very focused on across the international markets as we emerge from the pandemic and the lockdown. As I said, the Aviation Attraction Fund is one of the key pillars available right now, and that's co-funded. So that's $60 million from the New South Wales government, matched generally with the airports, and it's all about getting those direct flights back in from international. And, you know, the direct flight that Qantas is doing from Bengaluru is on the 14th of September this month. It's about bringing those volumes back in. So I share the concerns, and I think it's an enormous opportunity, not only for New South Wales, but for Australia more broadly.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point that it's a challenge for other states as well. The concerning thing about the Treasury analysis is not that there's a deficit, but that the deficit is getting worse and it is accelerating. Yeah. Could you provide on what the particular graph doesn't have the figures for the tourism trade deficit for New South Wales? Could you on notice provide your view about what the deficit has been in the years previously, say for the perhaps the last 20 years? It'd be useful given the Treasury analysis.
Of course, Mr Graham. As I said, the 2019 number off the top of my head, but we'll give you the exact number in the note, was 14 billion.
Yeah, I would have thought it's just run of the mill for you to have that.
I'm not sure how far back we can go. 20 years may be a stretch, but we will certainly go back as far as we can. If that data comes from the federal data, the IVS data, etc., so we should have the information. I'm just not exactly sure when that started and what the dates are.
Yeah, great. I think that is their most... great. Well, why don't you do that and I'll just do a quick check.
Yeah, that's great. Sorry, Mr Cox, I want to come back to you about this events, and I appreciate the information you gave to me just over the break. So just to confirm, you'll be able to provide me, and I'm just looking at I think the information you provided to me is that you'll be able to provide the information of the number of events plus the total amount that's invested.
Total dollar investment across the total number of events. That's correct.
But that's is that across the 3 cities? Is that right?
We can do that across the 3 cities: the Central River City Park and the Western Parklands and the Eastern Harbour.
Yep, that's great. Could I ask you to do one thing? Can I ask you to separate out Sydney Olympic Park in terms of the number of events when you're breaking that down? So that, because I just know that it's such a large driver, I'm interested in what's happening outside of that precinct.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Happy to, Michelle.
That's it.
Great. And then the one other issue I had meant to ask, which was the follow-up to that question, which I might just ask now, and I'm happy for you to take on notice, is really given the commercial in confidence arguments that Destination New South Wales wants to assert, and there is hot competition between the states for event funding. What is the problem it creates is there's just no way to assess whether or not there's a public benefit when we're looking at the events you fund. There's just no way. That information isn't available to the Parliament or to interested parties. We're left relying on the agency's analysis, fine. Yeah. Also, the fact that a minister hasn't inserted themselves into the process. Could you on notice explain what is the process that you're using to analyse the benefit of these events? How does it compare? I'm particularly interested in how it compares to the INSW framework, for example. Do you have a benchmark for the benefit cost ratio? Are there thresholds that you must clear in order to be funded, or is it a free-for-all and you'll measure against these criteria, but in the end make a choice? So I'm happy to invite you to respond briefly now, but I'd be equally comfortable on notice.
Take on notice, but it is a process that agreed with the Treasury guidelines. It's certainly not a free-for-all, Mr Graham. So we'll take on notice and provide information.
Council the other day.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's all good.
Anything from?
Oh, we're satisfied. Mr. Fitztrotter, you okay there? Yeah.
Oh, thoroughly.
Good to go.
Okay, yes. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance today. We appreciate it, plus all of the work that you do. A number of questions were taken on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch. Responses will be due within 21 days. We're done. See some of you on Wednesday. Thank you.